Hi, hello, good evening, welcome to the middle of the week. You are doing well so far, making it here. I'm making it through. It's been a pretty straightforward week so far, although I found myself just dozing off a bit more often. Right, I just be like sitting in my seat and my eyes get heavy. I'm just like, okay, maybe I'll just lean back, close my eyes for a bit, right? Just let the nap take me and spin the wheel and see how much further ahead of time I jump, right? It's never that much. I think the longest I've napped in the past few days is like an hour, which, you know, it can throw you, but it's like, well, I wasn't doing too much beforehand anyway, so no biggie, right? I just get back up, kind of do my stuff, and get on with my day, right? Hi! Hello, Molecular Shadow Fox. Good to see you as always. How are you doing? I hope you're doing wonderfully. I know our current career here in Grid 2019 is progressing pretty wonderfully. Right, we're about a third of the way through the final season here, about to wrap up Invitational Favorites. And we're off to track day. It's like the big day before the whole conclusion of this entire Grid 2019 saga, right? Man, crazy to think. It's been a one long crazy ride, right? We started like early in 2024, just kind of getting through the base career, and then like about 2 months ago, I just decided, hey, what if I just did the DLC? Because I said I was gonna do it on my own, and then I ended up not doing it. So we just like turn it into hashtag content, and here we are, almost home, right? About 83% of the way there, right? 5-6, and pretty soon we'll have this all tied up. Yeah, dealing with a heat wave this week. Oh man. I hate the way the weather's been as of late, right? It feels like there's not much in between. Either it's like weirdly cold or it's very, very hot. At least it has been around here. I don't think there's been a moment where it felt like, okay, maybe I can just like go outside and not feel like I'm overdressed or underdressed for the weather. Anyways, you know, stay cool, stay hydrated, and try to survive your way through it. I imagine it must get tricky, right? Especially if you like use like computers or TVs and stuff, because imagine there are certain equipment that like doesn't do well at high temperatures, right? Now, at least I know with my iPhone, right? If it gets like too hot outside, it'll actually turn off and go, yeah, we're not turning back on until things get cooler out here. It's just like, yeah, understandable, I guess, right? just like adding heat onto heat just makes things fry faster, and like, well, let's not do that if we can, right? Kind of nice that they have those sort of built-in safeguards, right? Because some people might not be as careful with their stuff, you know? Me. 32 degrees Celsius today. Right now, it's 2:24 a.m., but the humidity is 80%. Oh, God. That late night just mugginess. Even worse when you try to sleep, right? You're just like lying in bed, you're trying to be comfortable, but you can't because it's like so freaking uncomfortable. And not much you can do apart from like maybe, you know, putting the fan up at maximum and trying whatever else you can, you know. That's why some people say they kind of prefer warm weather, I guess, because it's easier to warm up, right? Like throw more blankets onto yourself. It's not too hard of a thing to do. Cooling off, there's a limit to that, right? There's a limit to how much you can cool yourself off before you can't, right? Before you like literally can't anymore. AC and fans on full, stocked up on ice cream tubs and lolly ices this morning. There you go. That's a start. Get yourself the cool food and just crank up all your sources of cooling up to the max. I know I've been drinking water, right? Just drink more water. I mean, I've been doing it more often since I started streaming, but it's like good to do in general if you want to stay cool anyway, right? You took a nap after tea and just stayed on top of the covers, still woke up drenched. Ah, man, that's the worst, right? Just wake up in your own sweat. Ugh. Okay, well, let's see if I can help with the cooling off, right? We can go on some high-speed driving here. We'll continue with the international favorites. Go with the Ford Focus TC2 Face Off. Face Off. It's like that movie with John Travolta and the other guy. Yeah, it really is sitting underwear weather. Yeah. Whatever you do, whatever you need to do to get comfy, right? Do what you need to do. Nick Cage, ah, dang it. Love that film. I like the poster for it. I like how it just like juxtapose like both of the point of view characters on each side of the film, right? Because they do the face swap, right? They do the face swap partway through.
How you feeling about this one?
Pretty good, Alex.
That's good to hear. Let's get in here. Oh, it's raining too. Well, it'll at least cool you off at the moment, right? You can worry about the after effects of the rain later.
Maybe stay out of their path. Don't get taken out.
Try not to. Not big into Travolta, but you liked him that one? Nah. I get it. Sometimes the actor does a thing that you can vibe with. Like, I wouldn't say I'm like the biggest Adam Sandler fan, but the movies where he's not in a role that he's normally cast into, those tend to be all right. Punch Drunk Love was like a pretty good film. Made bearable by Adam Sandler not playing the typical roles that Adam Sandler plays. Yeah, I heard he's like an upstanding guy in real life, right? I heard he's like a real good fella in real life, so I'm not too harsh on him, right?
Anyone caught behind this pile now? We're going to take a few free places, I'm sure.
Same with Robin Williams. Didn't care for his majority of body of work, but he was great in 1 hour photo. Yeah, alright. Yeah, Robin Williams tends to play like the eccentric type of character, so get it, right? If he plays something else, right? Does a good job of it, right? And it's something you can put up with, then hey, why not? It makes me wonder if there will be a day where Michael Cera does not play an awkward guy, and I end up actually liking that film like a whole lot. Maybe it's like way too late for that now. Also, he's probably like way older now. Maybe the awkward guy shtick doesn't quite stick as much at a later age. Who knows? Played a good part in SVU too? Oh yeah. Oh man. You just reminded me of the time that was it Drew Carey guest starred in an NCIS episode? Right, Drew Carey, a guy who's like mainly known for comedy, gets to guest star in like a drama. He did an alright job of it. What was particularly funny is that his backstory was basically Castaway, right? His whole entire sob story was pretty much Castaway, but I think he made the part work. I miss him hosting Who's Line. I imagine a lot of people do. I remember talking with my friends in school back in the day about Who's Line, and they were always like, yeah, the Drew Carey era is like the best era. You know, I did catch a few episodes with him hosting, and you know, I can agree with that, right? Man does a good job. Of course, it also helps that the people who did all the improv were also like excellent at their job, right? Certainly wasn't just a one-man effort, but you know, Carey certainly helped with that a lot. Is that still going? I remember seeing Who's Line like a few years back, right? It's like long after Carey, and well, I don't know if it's still a thing. Probably like a very different beast these days, if anything. I'm also wondering if there's like a DVD set or something, right? Just like box up all the episodes of Who's Line into, you know, several convenient discs.
Taking a bit of paint off there.
Would be nice.
You're
Never
through
forget the
halfway
episode
point.
they had Richard Simmons as a guest. Never laughed so much in my life. When they hit it off, they really hit off. I just want to hop onto YouTube and just like watch random Who's Line skits. The funniest ones will usually get onto YouTube, right? They have this woman hosting now. Forget her name. Well, at least it's still going along, right? Even if it is a very different kind of show than what it used to be, I can appreciate that it's still around. People carry the torch one way or another. On a random note, has anyone ever watched a show called like Penn and Teller's Fool Us? It's a show that they host where they have like magicians go up to Penn and Teller, and the whole entire goal of the show is to, well, fool them, right? Supposed to do a trick and have them not figure out how you do it. I always found that show amusing, right? Like whenever I visit my parents' place and that show just happens to show up on TV, I'm like, you know, this is kind of cool. It's great too, right? When they finish the trick and then Penn and Teller, like, you know, talk about it, and you know, they're trying not to reveal the secret, as you know, as they should, as magicians should. They'll usually say like certain things, right? And you can kind of just like, oh man, well, wonder what they're getting at there, right? Usually the performer will usually go, oh yeah, you're on the right track, you got me, or nope, I'm actually doing something else. Still better than OG English version. Oh. You love that show? Ah, you too? Yeah, I enjoy it. I think Penn just like manages to be a good host at stuff. I think my favorite one person that showed up on that show was this magician named Shin Lim, I believe. The guy does some incredible stuff, right? Crazy sleight of hand type of tricks that just makes you wonder how does he do it, right? Even does like all that stuff that magicians do to try to let you know, no, I don't have these tricks up my sleeve. He was like one of the few people who actually did fool Penn and Teller. I don't think they even tried, right? They were like, yeah, you know, we're not even gonna try figuring out how you did it. You're just gonna go, yep, you fooled us. You did it. Good job. Pretty impressive. Impressive for that. Used to be on Sunday mornings here. I could see that being a Sunday morning show, right? The one that shows up after like the morning cartoons, right? Like your 2-hour block is done, and then they show like Penn and Teller's Fool Us, right? After that, Who's Line? Anyone seen like the weekend blocks these days? Very different. You ever see that show Magic's Greatest Secrets with the Masked Magician? Oh my god! Oh man, you're bringing up some memories here. Ha! Yeah, I remember that showing up as a kid. Like back when I was a kid, I was way more invested in stage magic. I guess I just like the idea of being able to like bamboozle an audience with just like, you know, cool movements and that. But yeah, I remember they made a big deal of that, right? It's like, oh yeah, these are the tricks that the magic community does not want to reveal, and we've brought on this special masked magician, right? It's like, you know, their identity will be kept secret, and they will show you the secrets to all the greatest tricks. Super fascinating the way they did it too, right? They just, you know, show the trick like how you would see it on stage, and then they would replay it, but just like show the secrets, right? How they would how they would make the illusion work. It was great. Glued to the TV watching that guy. Yeah. They would have like commercials and stuff, right? I remember they show it on TV, and I was like, oh my god, I gotta have the TV at like, you know, 8 in the evening on this channel because they are showing Magic's Greatest Secrets. That went for like 5 or 6 installments, right? They did like 5 or 6 of those. Remember the last episode he took his mask off? And that was all a ploy too, right? Like they showed like some random dude, but it turns out that dude wasn't actually the masked magician. That was the guy, you know, revealing the secrets in the previous showings of the Magic's Greatest Secrets. Of course, you know now, right? Like the reason why they reveal those tricks is that, well, they got other tricks, right? They got even bigger and greater tricks that they're already using. So why not like lift the curtain a little bit, right? Maybe let the public see how the sausage is made sometimes. And who knows? Maybe there's an aspiring magician out there who sees those tricks and go, what if I spin this off like, you know, this way, right?
Welcome to today's event, and this is gonna be a good one. Kristen, what
What? Oh, hey, look, it's Paris. Oh, man. So that means, Grid 2019 takes place before Claire Obscure, right? Because the Eiffel Tower is still in one piece. Uh-oh. There we go. I remember the same folk did a show like that, but for wrestling secrets. I vaguely recall something like that, yeah. I was not big into wrestling, though, so I couldn't tell you any more than that, but that must have been interesting, right? Especially, you know, you imagine it's like, oh boy, like how do they show these moves, right, but still make it, like, at least relatively safe for the people in the ring? Kind of interesting how they do it, right? Like how they simulate hits by like stamping into the stage, right? So it sounds like you know, a loud thunk. But yeah, wrestling, man, that's like a 2-person act right there, right? Easy to think about. You were so invested in watching wrestling at the time before you clued up on how things work.
Good start.
Even so, it's like one of those things where even if you know, like how it all comes together, you're just a lot in there for the ride, right? Even if you know it's all performative, it's like, you know what? It's all good fun, right? You know, not everything has to be. There are some things that can be fantastical, right? Can suspend your disbelief a little bit. Just have a little fun, right? Imagine things and play along with it as they go on, right? They say it's fake, but no faking those injuries. That's true, right? Even with the ways they try to kind of soften the blows, it still takes a heavy toll, I imagine. Yeah, how do you learn to fall from a ladder and not hurt bad? I imagine those rings aren't very soft, right? You're still gonna be feeling quite an impact, right? Even if you do everything you can to try to mitigate that impact.
All right, listen, you've just gone past the halfway stage of the race.
Yeah, suspension and disbelief and all that, right? Like, yeah, sometimes you do know it's all played up, right? It's not what it really is, but it's fun. You can have a little fun with it, right? That's like those Bear Grylls series too, right? Like, sure, maybe he's not like actually surviving in the wilderness, you know? Maybe it's like all a pre-planned track. Maybe they got like, you know, people right outside the camera ready to rescue him if things do get too hairy, but you can imagine too, right? Like, hey, extreme survival is not something all of us will find ourselves in, but you can at least imagine it playing, going down for one guy, right? Plywood, canvas sheet, and that's pretty much it. Dear Lord. Yeah.
Final lap. Keep that lead
Very,
intact.
very light operation. Whew. Canvas, that's it. Jeez. Yeah. I know those guys do a lot of jumping, right? A lot of just landing into the ring. That's like why there's been a push for wrestlers to get more benefits, right? Because they're pretty much just like really wrecking their bodies all in the name of just you know, fake beating each other up. Certainly deserve a lot of compensation for that. Dear God. Ropes are cables wrapped in tape. Like metal cables? Jeez. That's not fun at all. And again, I imagine like a twine rope would not be as durable. Right? And knowing like how you know, knowing how big some of those wrestlers can get, you probably want like something that can withstand a person standing on it. I guess the last thing you want is a rope snapping in the middle of the match and just have them suddenly hurtling towards the edge of a ring. That is, yeah, that's not gonna end well. Like, I certainly get the need for a cable rope. Wrapped in tape, though. Could at least, like, get a I don't know, a nylon, maybe a vinyl cover or something, right? Get one of those like plastic things they put around chains, right, so that people don't pinch their hands on it when they grab it. Something like that. I suppose something like that could be subject to tears, right? And if that happens to like pinch a wrestler's arm or a foot or back or something, just be like, ugh. Lost my voice from shouting the first time my mom and me went to see it live. Ah, that's quite the treat, though, right? Being able to see a wrestling show live. That must have been awesome to watch in person, though. It's like when I went to go watch like baseball games live. It's a different experience, right? Sure, you might not be able to see as much of it, but just like being there live to watch all the epic stuff go down and all the between innings stuff that goes down too. And you know, just like leaving your seat and going for the concessions area. It's pretty neat. Great night out, I bet it was. Yeah, like, OMG, you've seen these folk on TV. It's always crazy, right, when you see like the famous person just like in person. Have you had any other like in-person celebrity meetings like that, or you know, at least celebrity get close tos, right? See another show live, or you met a celeb at a meet and greet, or anything like that. I've met a handful of voice actors at cons. Always a fun time, right? Because I always get something autographed from them, and they'd be like, "Hey, it's cool, right? Cool seeing you in person. Thanks for being a fan." Guess apart from that, I also saw Bill Nye. He was speaking at an event once, and I was like close by, so I decided to go check him out. It was pretty neat. Very much worth an evening. It's so much bigger in person than on TV. It's always great when the size just throws you. It's even crazier if they're like really small, right? Of course, you don't try to comment on it, right? You don't try to like, oh my god, you're short, but it's like just in your head, it's just like, oh, whoa. I expect them to be as short as they were. Met a few famous fursuiters at cons. Talk about starstruck, I bet. That always gets you, right?
Okay, you got
Just
two
trying to
left.
think, oh man, don't be weird, don't be weird, don't be weird, right? You go, hi. The best part is that most of them tend to be used to it, so even if you do get like a frog in your throat, they'll try their best to communicate with you. Yeah, reminds me of the one time I got something signed by a voice actor, and they were like, "Oh wow, I like your name," right? We got like into a whole conversation about my name and stuff like that. They're like, ah, right, that's nice.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
Follow someone for ages on YouTube and you see them in person, whole different ball game. Yeah, you can't just blurt out, OMG, I love your vids, I follow you on Blue Sky and YouTube, right? It's like, you know their face, but they certainly don't know yours, right? Sort of crazy disconnect. There were actually a few PAXs where I was like in the general vicinity of like a more prominent YouTuber, but I was like, couldn't quite muster up the courage to actually go up to them and go, hi, I love your stuff. Like, what will I even do afterwards? I'm just like, have a nice con. Yeah, bye. Bye. That's probably what I would do, right? This is like the kind of thing where it's like, yeah, you want to say your thing, you don't want to waste too much of their time because they're probably like very busy doing what they need to do. You'd love to meet James, aka Odd Ones Out. Ah.
And we're heading
Yeah,
to
I
the
imagine
final round
we
now.
all have
Where
our
it'll
sort
all be
of
decided. Kristen,
dream
tell
list
me
of
what's gonna
folks we'd like to
happen.
meet.
I've just been told the race is seconds away from lights out.
I've met most of
Lights
them,
out,
right?
we are racing.
That being said, there were a few that I missed for one reason or another, right? Like, sometimes there's just like a lot of people there that want to meet them, but they only have so much time. Eventually they gotta go, right? Even if they try to stay beyond their designated meet and greet time. Well, after a point, the show must go on, right? They gotta go do their next thing. There are other times where I just like miscalculated what I needed to do, right? It's like I thought, oh yeah, it's just like a free meet and greet, but it's like, no, actually you need to buy a thing, and then you can get a meet and greet ticket, and then you can go see them at this time, at this spot in the dealer's room, or something like that, right?
Most of them is surely looking for that overtake any second now.
Has that ever happened, right? You wanted to meet someone, but for extraneous circumstances, you weren't able to. Can be unfortunate, but sometimes you just gotta be like, well, it is what it is, right? Like, sometimes it doesn't work out, right? You're like, sometimes you can't get what you want, and that's okay.
And each and making contact.
That's how life be sometimes. Most memorable was Larry Kenny, the OG voice of Lino in Thundercats. You grew up with that show. Haha. That's cool. That's pretty cool. Reminds me of a few cons ago when I think Sailor Moon was like having its big push with the remake. And they were having like a tour with the OG Sailor Moon voice actors, right? The folks who did the voices in the DIC dub. That was pretty interesting.
Great World Series coming again. This is the best action in racing.
Yeah, Thundercats. I remember watching that quite a bit as a kid. It was like one of the shows that was most consistently run in Cartoon Network back in the day.
That's that full one, right?
I don't know. I always could vibe with like a show of just a team of cool people who went out to save the world from the bad guys. I always enjoyed that aspect, right? Like, it's like a team of 3 to 6 people, each one who specializes in their thing, and they all got like a bunch of cool toys and vehicles that they can use to thwart the bad guys' evil plans and keep the world safe and all that. It's fun stuff. Some of your VHAs from your childhood are still going, like, let's go, yeah, right? Even though all this time later, they're still kicking it, right?
Listen up. Hold the lead. Last lap.
I imagine voice acting must be tricky, though, because I imagine there's a certain point where your voice kind of just, like, transitions into a completely different thing entirely, and it's like, well, you gotta fit yourself into a new set of roles now. Although it's still wild when you see a voice actor who's, like, really old and can still do certain voices, right? Right, look at, like, say, Yuri Lowenthal, right? The guy still manages to voice, like, teenagers and young adults with, some degree of convincingness, and we're just like, huh, guy's really good at what he does. On the other hand, you get a situation where, what is it, like that DuckTales remake game? Where they brought back the original guy who voiced Scrooge from the cartoon, like, super long ago, right? And you could kind of tell that he's, like, way older. It's like, hey, credit to the guys for bringing them back, but oh man. It kind of just like hits you, right? Like that, like, oh man, the passage of time, man. Woo! Love how Dan Castellaneta can just drop in and out of all of his voices at the drop of a hat. Some people are just really skilled at their craft. It's pretty impressive, like, what they can do, right? Oh man, speaking of passage of time, Spaceballs 2! Are you excited for that? Saw the announcement last week for that, and it was just they did it perfectly, right? They had the text scroll like, oh yeah, these are all the movies that came out in the 40 years since Spaceballs was released. It was like, oh yeah, there's been a prequel trilogy, a sequel trilogy, Oppenheimer, tons of Aliens films, you know, the other film that is secretly an Aliens film, but there's been only one Spaceballs until now. And you just see like 98-year-old Mel Brooks just appear on the screen and go, we asked what the fans want, but instead we're doing this film. 98. Imagine once that film comes out in 2027, he's gonna be 100. Alright, so people actually going, oh man, right? Just, oh man. And crazy, it's like he's returning as characters, right? He's gonna be Scroob and Yogurt. Anyways, I'm excited. Spaceballs 1 is like one of my top favorite films, and I really hope they can nail it with Spaceballs 2. A good start would be telling us that the subtitle is The Search for More Money, right? Tell us that it's Spaceballs 2, The Search for More Money, and I will feel more confident about it. Pretty hard when you have a distinctive voice like Richard Horvitz. Yeah, that's true, right? I feel like you like hear certain people long enough, right? Even with voice actors who do try to switch up their voice, right? You'll kind of pick up on certain parts of it enough that you listen to a thing, you're like, oh, right, okay, it's this guy, right? Speaking of films, did you see they greenlit? Wait, Meg 3 and 2.0? Huh? Is that like the 4th Megan film? Right, they did Megan 2.0, and then Meg 3gan, and then now Meg 3gan 2.0. What are they gonna do for Megan 5?
On lap 2 already.
Great first lap, you're leading the race.
I always love it when, anything, right? Anything for like the 3rd installment of their series, they just replace some E with a 3, right? Because it's like, yeah, it's because they look close to each other, so and it makes pronouncing the title fun too, right? The second one. Oh, okay. I've not watched any of the Megan films. Wild to think that they're at that now. I was watching the first one the other night, and they showed the trailer for 2.0. It's a good place for it. They're like, yeah, you enjoyed this film. Did you know there's a sequel coming? You enjoyed the first one? I'm sure my cinephile cousin will eventually show me that. It's only a matter of time. I feel like films like those are right up his alley. Gorehound me wanted more gore and show the kills, etc.
Making their way into that.
Okay, you're halfway through the
It's
race.
that kind of film. Alright. Now, speaking of other sudden parody follow-up films, The Naked Gun. I know they had an announcement trailer like a few months ago, but they had like another trailer a few days ago, and I think that has managed to at least sell me on the new installment of the series. They had a few jokes in there that definitely reminded me of the old school Naked Gun, right? Like the part where Drebin tells the lady, "Have a seat," right, and she just like grabs a seat and walks out of the office with it. Or when he's like telling one of the suspects, "It says here, you're in here for men's laughter." And then the other guy's like, "You mean manslaughter?" He's like, "Yeah, it must have been quite the joke." Really? Another one? It's been a while since they've done a Naked Gun film though, right? Like, it's been a really long time. I know that might sound like something to roll your eyes at, but I don't know. And maybe it was, right? Maybe if, like, all they said was, "Hey, we're gonna make another Naked Gun film," that might have been like, but I don't know. I think the trailers make me think they probably are gonna do a fine job by it, right? I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. Leslie Nielsen being gone, right? It's gonna be a very, very different feel, but I think Liam Neeson and crew can make it work, right? If I remember correctly, the
They won't want to take too many hits.
film's supposed to come out in August, right? Remember watching the OG series? They're based on Police Squad. Oh, yeah, I did remember. They said they were based on that. Never watched a Police Squad episode, though. I imagine they hold up. That's just the one thing to always worry about comedy is like, yeah, some of these jokes might be funny in the now, but how much of it is gonna hold up over time, right? Like, are there any references that are just gonna fly over my head now? Or is there like some of the humor back then that might have been acceptable, or is just like absolutely no-go these days, right? It's always something like that, but yeah, there are some jokes that absolutely hold up, right? Like, you know, imagine the Spaceballs bit with the assholes, and you know, the one where they're like fast forwarding through their own movie, and of course, right, there's only one person who could give me the raspberry. Some of those jokes still hold up. They're still hilarious even to this day. You know you've made it when Family Guy parodies your intro, right? When you start getting referenced, that's when you know you got something good. I just remember seeing articles pop up like over the years about, oh yeah, we're thinking about Spaceballs 2. Oh yeah, Spaceballs 2 in pre-production. Yeah, don't worry, we got Spaceballs 2 in the works. And then, you know, I kind of started dismissing them out of hand because, like, well, they're not showing much else beyond that. And admittedly, they still haven't showed much about Spaceballs 2, right? It's like just the pre-roll and Mel Brooks going, yeah, we're making this. Hopefully, they'll bring it home, right? Can't talk parodies without. I was about to bring up Hot Shots. Yeah, I said it on Twitter too. It's like, yeah, since we got like new entries in Spaceballs and Naked Gun, can we get new Hot Shots? Hot Shots Part 2 especially is also one of my top favorite films. It's just like the pace at which they just throw joke after joke at you. And the fact that the vast majority of the jokes also land, right? It's like a genuinely funny movie. Still watch it, even to this day. Even if like some of the stuff about it might be dated now, still great, right? Yeah, the whole Rambo bit, right? I think it's like why part 2 is more memorable to me, because it goes for like the whole action movie parody thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, Hot Shots 1 was great. But I guess parodying, there's only so much you can do to parody like the ace pilot fighter jet kind of movie. Although it could do that again, right? Because Top Gun, the new Top Gun movie came out, right? If they do like a Hot Shots revisit, it would be great. It would be a great time to put out like another Hot Shots sort of fighter pilot series parody, right? Or they could go in a different direction, right? Since each Hot Shots movie is like a different genre, just make Hot Shots Part 2 just like a different thing entirely. Like, what if they parodied like the Bourne style movies, right? Like after being a fighter pilot and then being like a commando, he now has to be a very physical kind of agent kind of film, right? Waiting for a Fast and Furious parody. They already do that. It's called Fast and Furious, right? But not kidding. Crazy to think where Fast and Furious is gone. Imagine the first Fast and Furious was like a pretty grounded, like undercover cop in street racing scene kind of film, right? And you get to like one of the latest films in this series, and they're in fucking space. It's wild to think about. And it's fun being on the ride too, right? It's like one of those movies where, you know, don't try to think about it too hard. Just imagine, just watch all the crazy shit going down. You're not wrong. It's a meme at this point. I think everyone is aware of it, right? At this point, they're just trying to top themselves with every installment. Every film goes to space in the end. Well, it's a natural escalation of things, right? If your whole entire goal is to top yourself, you're eventually going to either go there, or like time travel, or multiverse, or like some sort of crazy supernatural element. Right? You start reaching out further and further. My friends and I did a watching of all the Fast and Furious movies up to whatever they're up to now. This is crazy, just seeing the slow escalation of things, right? But yeah, even Friday the 13th went to space, yeah. I remember Jason X. Oh, that was pretty wild.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
I remember they tried to do a Friday the 13th reboot, like, a while ago. I guess it didn't do too hot, because we're not seeing any more entries. Which is a shame, because I feel like the original was kind of a trendsetter of a lot of things that people see in slasher films, right?
Looks like they put them there.
Then again, I've seen that happen with a lot of series that try to do a horror reboot. Most of them don't seem to go beyond the first installment of the reboot. like, I know Evil Dead was trying to do that too, right? But like, they couldn't do anything after the first film. They had to go to a TV series instead. I guess the one exception to that was Halloween. I remember Halloween. Well, it wasn't necessarily a reboot, or like just a continuation that kind of, you know, treated a certain series of Halloween films as canon and then disregarded the rest. But even that went off the rails after a while. It's like the first one everyone thought was good, but the two after that were not as well regarded, which is a bummer. Uber Jason's design was so good. Definitely works pretty well for a space age touch up for you know, the iconic slasher villain. Highlight of the series was Crispin Glover's dancing in the fourth. Ah, very nice. You know, I'm still a little bummed that the Friday the 13th game is no more. Like, even if I never got into it myself, it's just a shame. That game was, like, especially unique for what it was, and I know the devs wanted to do so much more than they were able to, but, you know, licensing issues kind of screwed things over for them, and they couldn't do anything with it anymore. Eventually just had to shut it down. It's a bummer. I've seen so many other games try to do that whole asymmetrical horror thing, but it seems like only Dead by Daylight has managed to have staying power. Guess that's on virtue of just like having an OG universe and being open to crossovers and stuff. People hate on Halloween 3, but I enjoyed that one. Plus, it has the legend Tom Atkins, and he was in everything in the 80s. Ah. Yeah. There are certain films like that where maybe, you know, maybe there are some die-hard fans of the series who are not fans of that particular chapter, but if you look at it from another angle, it was fine, right? Just the unfortunate circumstance of being in the series. If it had been standalone, maybe things would have been different. If I remember correctly, Halloween 3, that was the only one that didn't have Michael Myers in it. I remember the original intent of Halloween was to be more of like an anthology series, but turns out people really, really liked Michael Myers, so they just had him be the main series antagonist for time and eternity until the very end. Like, you hate it at first, but after a few more views, it grows on you. Yeah! As, like, people's criticisms of the whole thing might be a bit overblown. It's like, yeah, sure. There are certain things about it that, you know, maybe not be the best, but it's fine, right? It's fine. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's enjoyable. Won't regret watching it. Yeah, it was. I thought so. Plus 3's bad guy is the same bad guy that owns OCP and RoboCop. Oh! They were trying to connect some universes together. It's like even back then they were trying to do like a little cheeky tying together universes here and there. Man. Imagine if a film like that was released today and people on the internet would just go absolutely nuts over it, right? They'd be like, OMG, Halloween and RoboCop take place in the same universe! Speaking of continuity, did you all see the direct for Donkey Kong Bonanza. I bring it up because one of the things they brought up there was young Pauline, right? You remember Pauline, the girl who was originally kidnapped in the arcade Donkey Kongs, but Nintendo brought her back as a separate character in other series. Most notably, she was in Super Mario Odyssey as the mayor of New Donktown. I heard people just like going nuts with speculations like, oh my god, where in the timeline does Bonanza take place? If it's Kid Pauline, this must have taken place before Odyssey, and this might be the story of how New Donk City was built. Crazy to think about, right? Like even fans of Mario just are trying to figure out like something like that, right? This is like a timeline of games. Like, oh, okay. So canonically, when does each game take place? I guess as long as they're not going like absolutely nuts over it, why not have a bit of fun? You know? It can be fun to think about too. It's like, oh yeah, so how does like how does it all come together, right? Maybe there's a game that's like a divergence point. Maybe if like Mario loses to Bowser in one game, this game happens, and if he wins against Bowser, this other game happens, and maybe like, you know, some separate third outcome means these other games happened. It's like the parody timelines I see, right? Like after the Zelda timeline kind of became a big deal, people were doing things like the Ace Attorney timeline and the Tony Hawk timeline, and there were other like funny timelines too. The Ace Attorney one was especially funny because I remember the one divergence point being like, was it Phoenix goes insane after Apollo Justice starts punching people, and that leads into Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And that part was for fun, right? They're obviously not being serious about it, which is why it's even funnier. Nintendo has gone ham on the advertising for that Mario Kart World on the Switch 2 here. Every advert break is on. Oh yeah. Yeah, well, World is kind of the big deal, and imagine everyone receiving it, or thinking of it as well as they do, right? People really like that game, right? People really like Mario Kart World, so you know that, and it being Mario Kart, and it being on a new Nintendo console that just released like 2 weeks ago, make that push. It seems like they've made quite the push. If I remember correctly, there's like a reports have been saying that 3 million Switches or so have been sold. I'd say they're doing pretty well for themselves. I'm still waiting, though. At this point, there's only 2 games that I'd probably pick up a Switch 2 for, right? Like Mario Kart World and Bonanza. I usually wait for 3, but even here, I might wait for like a revision of the Switch 2 before I pick it up. Wait for a model that has like a better battery life, maybe. And if like Metroid Prime 4 comes out and runs like as smooth as butter on the Switch 2, maybe I'll get it. Or yeah, they come out with like a special edition Switch 2. Right, give us like new Animal Crossing New Horizons or something, right? Give us a special Switch 2 version of a console version of that, and I'll probably get it then. Rocket Knight Adventures timeline, talk about confused. How many Rocket Knight games are there? Or like how much Rocket Knight supplementary material is there also? I guess that would be the bigger question, right? Obviously, you could slot the Rocket Knight games into some order, but if Rocket Knight has like extra things like an anime or a manga or, you know, an OVA or something like that, well, you gotta fit those in there too somehow, right? It's like, oh yeah, the special comic tie-in from Denny's.
Green
Definitely
first
takes
lap,
place
you're leading the
between
race.
Rocket Knight 3 and Rocket Knight 2, because of this particular event that happens on page 3. Something like that, right? Reminds me of the old debates about the Sonic timeline, right? And it talks about how Sonic Advance 2 took place before Sonic Adventure 2 because the moon was in one piece, right? Because in Sonic Adventure 2, the moon got destroyed by the Space Colony Arc Super Laser Piss, right? And since there was no chunk blown out of it that way, that means Sonic Advance 2 took place before Sonic Adventure 2. I want to see if someone's done like a joke Sonic timeline, right? Just try to slot in all the Sonic things into a space one way or another.
Yeah, it looks like there's just some damage.
It's like Sonic just goes crazy and starts beating people up, and that's why he's in Smash Brothers. Interesting note I found was that when you play Sonic 3 and Knuckles, when you play as Knuckles, it's after Sonic and Tails have been through. I think I kind of picked up on that, right? There's like certain things that look like they've already been done, right? As if, you know, Sonic and Tails have already kind of gone through that area first. That's a fun little bit. Speaking of which, that's like one of the things I liked about Sonic Adventure. Right, it's like the way like the 6 characters' stories all cross over at certain points, right? Like, I remember in Knuckles' story when you would come out of Casino-opolis and you would see like Sonic and Tails just in the middle of the street being knocked out and stuff, and you could go up and go, oh wow, they look like they've had something happen to them, right? And that's because, you know, in the Sonic and Tails story, they got hit by like knockout gas or something like that there. It's great, right? It's like a Rashomon kind of story. Oh no, it's not a Rashomon. Just more like, you know, you get part of a story from one character, right? And if you want like the rest of it, you gotta play through the other routes. When they do it well, it can be fun. And just no fishing was big. Can at least appreciate that they tried to do something different, but yeah, big was like a little bit too different. And the guy was basically Sega Bass Pro Fishing. And I still remember his boss fight in that adventure. Just the way Chaos 4 just was completely scaled back because, you know, big as just a big fishing cat, right? He's not Sonic the Hedgehog. So all Chaos 4 did was just shamble around while you tried to aim your hook into the mouth to get Froggy back. You know, it didn't turn into a giant ball and start bouncing around. Didn't try to whip you with tentacles or anything like that, right? No, just shuffled around. Hey, there we go. That's another one down. I think this means we can do the face-off, right? We did the 2 extra long events here. Saw him locked up in Pumpkin Hill in Sonic Adventure 2 with Knuckles. I think Big had a lot of cameos in Sonic Adventure 2, right? Like if you poke around and look at off the beaten path, you'll see him in random spots. Like there was that one cutscene where Rouge and Knuckles are like facing off on the Space Colony Ark, and he's just hanging out on one of the beams, right? He's just sitting there, he's just chilling, right? Like he's a construction worker on break. Why is he there? Who knows? Who cares? It's funny. Also, and it's a big cameo. You can dig that, right? I mean, it was pretty. It was a good one though. It was good. Ooh, 6 laps. Night Rain. Night Rain. Oh man, that means I gotta fight on this track for 3 days, and I can take on the boss with my fellow ally racers, Revenant and Wilder. Yeah, those are 2 characters from Elden Ring Night Rain, right? If I remember correctly, there were like certain versions of Sonic Adventure 2 where Big was a playable character in multiplayer, right? Like he was one of the guys you could choose in the mech battle mode for multiplayer. But Sonic Adventure 2 Battle would replace him with like Dark Chow and Hero Chow, right? If I remember correctly.
Volts Racing looking to spice things up out on the track. Kristen, what do you know about this team? Okay, sorry. We are about to...
Let's not worry about that. Let's just race against Volts. Gotta show them a shocking time. To show them that water and electricity don't mix. Devs were evil with some of those level designs in Sonic Adventure 2. I remember hard mode versions of some of those levels. What was it? There were some spots that kind of expect you to do like a homing attack and then instantly move into like a light speed dash over a bottomless pit. So you better know the sequence of things to do or you're going to be falling into the bottomless pit. And they were especially devious if you were trying to like do an all rings run too, right? I mean, you know, set aside the fact that you can't get hit once because, you know, you can't do the all rings then. Like the last ring would always be tucked away at some spot that would be really, really hard to get to. So if you wanted that all ring stamp, you kind of had to work for it. Then again, back in the day, right? If Sonic Adventure 2 was like your go-to game, obviously you would probably try to shoot for that. These days, you know, adult me, maybe not so much. Yeah, pox on Crazy Gadget. Any level with a gravity screw will probably get that. Anything that makes you run up and down and all around just fucks with your perception of direction. I get it. It throws me for a loop for sure. Sometimes you just lose track of where you are and where you have to go. You just end up running in circles before you get your bearings again. That plus searching all over for that hidden Chow box. Oh, right, yeah. It's like the only thing that lets you go to the Chow Garden as you're doing like your first run through of the stories.
Good start. Hold the lead.
Or like the main levels that have the mission that's just find a hidden Chow. Right, the thing that you wouldn't be able to do until, like, for most of them, until you got, like, the mysterious flute. Right? Yeah, reversed gravity grinding plus a jump halfway through, oh yeah. Anything over bottomless pits usually just gets me, right? Gets me good, right? It's like, oh man, if I mess up, I don't have a safety net. I have to repeat the sequence all over again, so better not screw up. But I'll screw up, invariably. Several times, until I nail the sequence. You know what level I really found, like, especially difficult? It was that one Rouge level that was timed, right? The one where you had to, like, find 3 keys to advance before time ran out. I think it was because, like, the time limit was really tight, and if you weren't really good at, like, knowing where to go and how to get there in the quickest amount of time, you would almost always run out before you could get all the keys. I swear, that was, like, the #1 source for loss of lives for me. That stage. Man, 12-lap
Right,
marathon.
third lap, just smooth it out, one turn at a time.
Security hall or egg quarters? Wait, were those like both timed Rouge levels? I realized there was more than one. Oh, you know what that also reminds me of? In the final story, right, when you're doing that whole final bit where you're switching between all of the characters to go through their thing. I remember, I think it was like Knuckles' part, that you had to be underwater for a significant amount, and if you didn't find the oxygen mask while playing through the hero story, that part was like significantly harder. Not impossible, but just like way, way harder. Oh man. Headquarters was rough, having to hide in the shadows from that huge bug. How? I don't even remember that part. Stealth! Oh yeah, that was like back in the period where we were trying to mix up gameplay styles and, you know, level elements, right? It was in a period where the design was like, variety is the spice of life, so the games tried to mix it up as much as they could in various ways. Right, that's why we had Adventure with like the several different gameplay styles and things like that, right? And all the assorted mini games as well. And of course, Chow Garden.
You're through the halfway point.
Yeah, that to say is like, yeah, I could imagine a whole level that puts more of a focus on stealth. It's like, oh yeah, we can mix things up. How do we mix things up? Oh, what if we make hiding more emphasized, right, or more encouraged, or more required, as the case may be. Sonic and Shadow equals a lot of grinding rails. Well, in 2 they did have the soap shoes, right? They specifically had like the soap shoes that encourage people to grind in real life as well. It's like, yeah, I don't know. That felt like a natural fit for Sonic the Hedgehog anyway, right? For those styles of levels that kind of encourage you to be on the go and be cool about it too. What could be cooler than just like personally grinding on a rail, right? I never tried those rail grinding shoes in real life. I feel like if I did, I probably would have fallen off and just like hurt myself a lot. Maybe that's why. Has anyone else ever done that? Have you ever like tried to grind rails on shoes?
2 laps left.
This is like the whole deal is they had a metal plate, right? That was like a bit more durable and meant to let you slide along a rail all smooth like. Hated grinding level on Heroes. You had to catch that train. Was that a meme? Did catch that train become like a meme line, right? Same level as find the computer room in Shadow the Hedgehog. Never before, no. Tried and failed with a skateboard. Ah. Tried to operate a skateboard in real life either. I feel like I probably would have completely failed at that too. Like the best I could do is bike. And on a bike, I will probably just, bicycle my way from point A to point B. Nothing too fancy, I'm not gonna do any tricks or anything like that because I would probably just fall and hurt myself. I would definitely give props to anyone who can operate a skateboard with any degree of efficiency because, man. Whoa. That was weird. It was like got caught in the guardrail and almost went into the crowd. But thankfully the emergency teleporter activated in time and put me back on track. It's a good thing that tech was working before tragedy struck, right?
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
Beyond Wheels is a recipe for disaster. Man, that's rough. On the other hand, if you know what your limitations are, you can accommodate them, right? God, man, bike is probably the only manually powered vehicle that I'd probably trust myself with. Yeah. I wouldn't go on a skateboard, I wouldn't do roller skates. Definitely wouldn't do roller blades. Probably wouldn't do a scooter either. I'll just stick with the bicycle, thank you very much. Can do a mountain bike just fine, but skateboards, rollerblades, etc., forget it. Yeah. I already have my fill with ice skates. Anytime I go ice skating, I gotta have a traffic cone with me to hold on to it, because I don't trust myself to stay on my own 2 legs. I'll probably just fall on my butt several times. Whew! 12 minutes! 12 whole ass minutes of driving, but managed to pull it off. And look at that, Nick Whittle got second! Good job, Nick. You have completely dominated the competition. Oh yeah, let's get that experience. You know, maybe once I get through this whole thing, maybe we'll go to like the customize your name card screen again and just like see what all new badges I got. I can just swap a few of these out. Let's do one last decoration of the card. Oh, look at that. We did it! All the Invitational Favorites series events are done. Done and dusted. They're now in the past. And now it is track day. Looks like we're gonna be driving some fancy cars, right? I wonder if they'll let me choose them, or if it's just gonna be, okay, we're gonna give, we only got the one, oh, no, okay, they will let me choose. Some really expensive ones, oh my god. 7 digits. See, a Koenigsegg, Bugatti, another Koenigsegg, and Ferrari. Okay, which one looks the coolest? I kind of like this one. This one's got that sort of sleek space age look. We'll get that one. Ka-ching! And in we go. That was pretty much me on the first and only time I went ice skating. Clung onto the outer wall for dear life, but still fell flat on my arse lots of times. Yeah, that's that definitely would make me go, yep, I'm not doing this again. I think the biggest reason I put up with going to the ice rink was because they had hot chocolate. At least the times I went to it, they would usually have like a someone at a table with just like a full-on, you know, giant jug of hot chocolate that you could help yourself to. That was nice.
Kristen, tell us and I've just been told the race is seconds away from lights out.
Yeah, you just need to get around him. There we go. A few more. Oh, uh-oh. Oh, I thought that would have been lap invalidation right there. Thankfully, it was not. Just throwing hands. Punch, 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 punch.
I think you may have upset.
Oh, I saw my lap timer turn red. We're closing in. All we got left is Marco. I'm coming for you.
Listen, you've got a good position going into lap 2. I think you have to be careful now. You might have pushed them too far.
Certainly did push them, that's for sure. Haha, haha, As a youngin', my auntie would take my cousin and me to the roller disco at the YMCA. That sounds fun. I think the only time I ever went to the YMCA was for like a kid government program. That's pretty much it. And I wasn't really even into it that much.
You've got 4 laps.
I know some YMCA's have like a good number of facilities though. Like most of them probably have like a swimming pool, but they might have some other things too, depending. Like a roller disco.
This is a weekend to remember. All thanks to the Grid World Series.
Changed a lot. They have all sorts there now, I can imagine. I bet they probably have like a computer lab, right? It's like computers that are hooked up to the internet to give some folks a shot at using that.
Alright, listen, you've just gone past the halfway stage of the race.
Probably like several meeting rooms too, right? Because I know the kids' government program I was in used one of those meeting rooms. Good place for like a community to get together and do stuff, I imagine. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if there are like maybe an esports team or two that met at YMCA. I feel like that would be a thing that happens, right? Climbing walls. They have football, netball, and the full gym. Oh, you know what? That makes sense.
You've got 2 laps.
If they have a swimming pool, then probably would stand the reason that they also have a gymnasium. And several ways to play sports, right? A variety of sports. The things that are popular around the area. Like your footballs and netballs. I wish netball were more popular in the States. I read about netball, mostly from other countries, and I'm just like, man, we don't have anything like an American netball league. At least none that I've heard of. If there is one, it's certainly not prominent. Have a kids' nursery on the side too? Yeah, that makes sense. Right, because there are some young men who might need that, you know? I feel a lot of community centers and workplaces probably have like some form of daycare. I feel like it's one of those things that just makes sense. In primary school, only girls were allowed to play netball. Yeah! I hated it that they gender segregated sports like that. Like field hockey. For some weird reason, in the States, like, field hockey is primarily a woman's sport, right? But internationally, you see, like, a whole ton of men's field hockey teams, and just, like, why do we not have, like, more men's field hockey in America? Why? It doesn't make sense. I don't get it. But yeah, just, netball, I feel like, is one of those things that could be an all-gender sport, you know? I don't see why it wouldn't be. It's like, does make you wonder, like, who decided on that, and why? Well, okay, I can think of why, right? The reasons aren't very pleasant, but surely we could do some change, right? Like, surely we could do men's netball, right? Like, I don't know. I don't think that's that revolutionary of an idea, right? Reminds me of this one old movie. I think it was like a Disney Channel movie. It was like about a girl, I believe, who had to like pretend to be her brother because the brother got injured or something. And there's like some sort of skiing tournament happening soon, I believe, and she had to sub in to like so that he wouldn't miss out on something big or something like that.
Listen up, let's rein it in. You push them over the edge here.
I only remember the faintest details of it because it was so long ago, but it does make you wonder, right? Alright, why can't we just open up all sports to all genders, right? Just should be fine.
Great first lap. You're leading the race.
Well, speaking of things kind of chugging along as they still are, I think someone at Ubisoft came out recently and said that the Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time remake, remember that? They're still working on it, apparently. Still coming along. I guess it's cool that they haven't given up on it. Even if you still might question why in the first place.
Through the race.
Right, like they're going through the whole rigmarole and everything, right? They're getting new voice actors apart from Yuri Lowenthal to voice the thing, and you know, they showed some of the updated graphics, but man, I remember that was supposed to be out a while ago, and then they delayed it like several times. And eventually they were like, yeah, we're delaying it indefinitely, which led people to believe, yeah, okay, so they're gonna can it after some point, but I don't know. I'm kind of hoping it'll cross the finish line, right? If only to say that we can at least see a finished product.
Hold the lead. Last lap.
I feel like that particular entry is going to be cursed no matter what, right? Like if it comes out and it's like a faithful one-to-one gameplay recreation of Sands of Time, people will probably question why they did it in the first place, and if they do make some changes, they still might question it anyway, because it's like, do we need a updated Sands of Time? Especially since like a, you know, Prince of Persia remastered already exists, right? If you want to play Prince of Persia with, you know, prettier graphics, you can do that. And from what I've heard, it runs okay. You know, there's also that. I do at least want to play Sands of Time sometime in the future, right? I at least want to play through that. Could be like a filler episode in between bigger playthroughs. Oh, that being said, I think I heard that the Rogue Prince of Persia is about to hit 1.0 very soon. That might be one I revisit, especially since it means we'll have like the whole story, right? The story, all of the biomes they wanted to put in for 1.0, proper final boss fight, you know. Since that does have a story, that might be something I could do as a playthrough, right? Go through the multiple routes and try to piece it all together, and finally get myself the golden route for the final boss and all that. So you remember to get on, because I know they wanted us to reset story progress, and I'll probably do that, right? Probably do that so I don't like screw up any story flags that they might want to set up in the meantime. It's like damned if you do, damned if you don't. Never gonna please anyone. Yeah, that's true.
And we're heading into the final
it's like the only winning move was to not play, but I guess at this point they've come too far. Hopefully it doesn't reach a point where they sink like way too many resources and it ends up being like the most subpar product ever. So I do feel like no matter what happens, all we're gonna see of a remake series is gonna be like Sands of Time. Right? We're not gonna see Warrior Within remastered or Two Thrones remastered. At least I don't think so. And again, you really should never say never. Like, I remember Prince of Persia Lost Crown, right? You remember that? I remember it's like people thought it was a pretty good Prince of Persia game, but it didn't sell too well, and then they eventually came out and said, yeah, we don't have any plans for a sequel. Or I think it was like the company was actually looking at making a sequel, but then Ubisoft canned it. But apparently they're making a sequel to that game anyway, so I don't know.
How they're using the whole track to stay smooth and fast.
I also want to play through that game. I've actually picked that up, and I do want to do a playthrough of that at some point. Hey, you could put out the best game ever and folk will still find fault. I forget who said it, but it was like, you know, you could put like $100 bills into the game packaging, and people will still complain that it's not folded correctly, right? Sometimes it gets to that degree, right, where even if they are the most generous things ever, some people will look that gift horse in the mouth. I guess my only hope is that, you know, we're not going to be like 3 years later, we're just going to get another statement from Ubisoft that's like, yeah, we're still working on the Sands of Time remake. Hopefully we won't reach that point where, like, you know, Yuri Lowenthal announces retirement from voice acting, and Ubisoft still goes, yeah, we're still working on the Sands of Time remake. It'll come out. Trust us, bros. That's all I hope for.
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
Whew. You know what would be absolutely wild? Speaking of Prince of Persia, I know this is probably like a long shot and a half, but what if Ubisoft did like a Prince of Persia Legacy Collection that like just includes all like remastered versions of all the portable Prince of Persia titles, right? Give us like GBA Sands of Time, give us Battles of Prince of Persia, you know, give us like the other portable Prince of Persia games, just like package them into one spot. I wonder if people would be up for that. I don't know. I would at least appreciate just being able to play GBA Sands of Time on a modern platform. I mean, I know there's ways I could, you know, just play GBA Sands of Time, but oh, it can't hurt to have an official way to do so, right? Game preservation and all that. A bit like Capcom Collection, but Prince of Persia. Yes, exactly like that, right? Give us a legacy collection of Prince of Persia. I think people would really, really appreciate it, right? Like, there aren't too many Prince of Persia titles that you could consider, like, terrible, right? They've all been at least decent to fantastic. I think some people would really appreciate having that collection out there. Could give us that and, like, maybe Rayman Legacy Collection, right? This is like Rayman 2, Rayman 3, Rayman Origins, and Rayman Legends, and like any other Rayman game that came out. Like the one with the Raving Rabbids. That started its own franchise. Speaking of Rabbids, why not do a Rabbids Legacy Collection? People might at least pick that up for the memes, if nothing else. Anyone remember Rayman Origins and Legends? I remember people just being like really surprised at how good those games were. Right, and the engine they used to make them too is like fantastic, right? UbiArt, it's like, oh boy. So imagine all the other games they could make with it, right? You know, Legends came out and was awesome as people expected, and they didn't make any more UbiArt Rayman games. Like, what happened? I think the Rayman UbiArt series could have had at least one more title, I think. That probably would have gone over well.
They are all getting around the crash down there.
Are there any series that you would like to see maybe get a compilation re-release? Random thought.
Great first lap, you're leading the race.
Remember Gex to Gecko? Haha, don't I ever. That was the series that liked to put a bunch of references in their titles as well, right? I remember very, very vividly the James Bond parody, right? That was like shortly after GoldenEye kind of came out and took the gaming world by storm. So every other game went into 8-bit style. Although, didn't that come out with like a HD collection recently or something like that? There's an HD version of Gex, I believe. Either it came out or is coming out soon. I know some people were pretty excited to see that.
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
You've been praying since 03 for a Primal sequel, a trilogy on PS5. Yeah. A lot of games in the 2000s era, right? Just like unique, crazy experiments that were pretty cool, but imagine a lot of them are still languishing on that platform. It and its few fans, just hoping that someone someday will find it, give it a touch up, and release it on modern platforms. That being said, there are some companies out there that are absolutely doing that, right? Just giving some of these old titles a new lease on life. Right, some of those that you never expect would ever see the light of day again, right? Like whoever thought that Sphinx and the Cursed Mummy or Stubbs the Zombie would get like a HD coat of paint, right? It's like, oh yeah, hey, some people like them, and some people with the ability to bring them back also like them, so I'll be thankful for that. Hopefully every game will get its due. Blood Rain was a fun one, even though it scared me at first. I get that sometimes, right? Sometimes some games don't have the best first impression. If you stick with it long enough, it'll eventually win you over, as Blood Rain looked like it did. Oh boy. I have a cup of water beside me, and the condensation that's just like super gathered up on it is all over my coaster. That's why I have a coaster on my desk. because I guess the whatever cups I'm using are really, really good at just catching a lot of condensation.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen, tell me what's gonna happen. Okay, it looks like the race is about to start.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised that these city tracks take a lot longer to load in. Only because they have, like, a lot more things to load in. Just these buildings, I imagine, right? And the street decorations and everything. That probably takes a little processing power.
Maybe stay out of their path. Don't get taken out.
That's fine. It's fine, right? Yeah, I'm making the mother of all omelets here. Can't fret over every egg. No, I already used that several times. 28 years since Darkstalkers 3. That's one of the series people have been wishing for a long time to come back. They even tried too, right? They tried their best. They had the Darkstalkers collection come out on the 360. And then they revealed later, no, that actually was a litmus test to see if people were still interested in Darkstalkers. And I guess it didn't work. I definitely feel for all the Darkstalkers fans out there. Gotta be frustrating, right? Only being able to play as some of the characters some of the time in like a crossover game. That's the best you got for now. And it's still not enough. Too long to wait for a Darkstalkers 4? Nah. You can only hope, right? You can only hope, like, maybe one day they'll just, like, surprise you with a title, right? Just surprise you with a new Darkstalkers or something. Just pull, like, a Fatal Fury City of the Wolves or something, right? Give us, like, Darkstalkers subtitle. Give all the characters, like, 3D models and stuff.
Teammate has crashed.
Wait, what? Oh no. Fortunately, I can't do much about it. All I can do is hope they're okay. But also, could you try to push, maybe?
Okay, they've turned the comms off, so probably not.
Guess the crash was so bad it broke the comms. Or they're just mad that I tried to contact them after they were in an accident. Well, they're working their way up, so good for them. Also, Sega, give us a remastered Eternal Champions. Oh, hell, I had an anime series back in the day. Give us Darkstalkers 4, Capcom.
Hold the lead. Last lap.
There were a lot of Capcom series that got a series, right? I remember Power Stone got an anime series. Power Stone of all things. Right? That only had like 2 games in the series, but it got an anime. That was probably like back in the day when they would give they would have a lot of animated adaptations, right? Like, I guess giving something 12 to 13 episodes wasn't too hard of a deal. But yeah, Darkstalkers 4, Eternal Champions Remastered. That'd be pretty neat. Even Battle Arena Toshinden had an anime. Like, even some Tales games had anime, right? Like, I think Tales of Symphonia had an OVA. I think Abyss had like a full anime series. I think Zesteria had like a short series too. Sometimes it's just crazy to think about what they adapted to the anime and what they don't. Like, it's still weird to this day that like Atelier, Eshka, and Laji has an anime series, right? Of all the Atelier series, it's Eshka and Laji. None of the others. Then again, the video game did take off from what I've heard, so I guess that makes more sense. Fatal Fury, yeah. Even Fatal Fury. It does feel like these days you don't see as many video game anime adaptations. I'm guessing that's mostly because light novels slash manga... Well, manga adaptations have always been a thing, but light novels... I'm guessing were probably also always a thing. I guess it's just... Video games you don't see as much, or maybe just the number of light novel slash manga adaptations we see kind of eclipses the video game adaptations we see these days. What's next? Okay. It's like mostly Fords and Ferraris in this part. Man. For me, the best anime from a game is Street Fighter 2, the animated movie. Ah, yeah? Trying to think, what would my favorite video game anime adaptation would be? I don't know.
What's
Like,
going
the
on,
ones I
Suzuka?
saw,
We have
like,
a
I
great
wouldn't
event
say
lined up
any of
for you
them were,
today.
like,
Kristen,
excellent.
this is seconds
No.
away from lights out.
They might not have been great, they might have been just okay. Nothing I would consider to be particularly excellent.
Here we go, they've got through and
On the flip side,
Come
anime
on,
that have
that's your
become
teammate.
games. There were several like that, right? It's like a whole slew of ReZero games that I've heard about. And there was like a Punchline video game too, if I remember correctly. Oh, of course, you can forget of like all the shonen anime video game adaptations. Right, most of them are like fighting games or arena fighters or something along those
First lap,
lines.
You're leading the race.
Yeah, Fist of the North Star. I got like a fitness rhythm game too, right? It's always fun. Oh, well, like a Dragon style game too, right? By the Like a Dragon developers. I don't think there's anything else. Oh right, there was what was it a Demon Slayer party board game, right? It's like Mario Party but Demon Slayer.
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
I actually picked that one up on Steam. Tekken. swear I'm gonna get this turn one of these days. I'm gonna have this car not swerve out of control. I don't know why I would forget how to turn now, especially since the previous 2 laps I've had no problem doing so. Devil May Cry, the series. I got like 2, right? There was like an anime series that aired like way back when, and then they had a new one recently on, I think, Netflix. Or at the very least, it got translated and put onto Netflix. And the thing about both of them was that they kind of really deviated from the source material. Like, what was it? Like, the first anime series was about Dante protecting, like, a little girl. And then the more recent one was trying to go, like, demons actually good, humans bad, or something like that. Also, like, really odd music choices from what I've heard. I was like looking at some of these emblems here, and some of them look crazy. Like, what is that one meteor thing? Do I already have that one?
Tell me what.
Gotta love the Castlevania series on Netflix. I did hear that was well received. And I remember the first season being particularly raved about. People were still pretty positive on it for like a few seasons after that. I believe it did start falling off as time went on, but I feel like that's just what happens with most long runners, right? Especially ones that adapt to source material. Like if you reach a point where you run out of source material, and you know things then becomes like a coin flip on whether it continues doing well or
I
not.
think you've hit them one too many times. Okay, I'll ask them to push.
And I know it's not like Netflix's thing, but
Okay, they said they can't push right now.
I do wish there were like more Netflix series that would have a kind of like a physical release, right? Like, does Little Witch Academia have a physical release? You know, a dub physical release. I know that came out like eons ago by this point, but you know, people want a disc version of it because if it's still on Netflix, well, can't trust it to be there forever, you know, the way licenses are and everything. It's probably like that and a Gretzko. If a Gretzko doesn't have a physical release yet.
Now just look how they're using the whole track to stay smooth and fast. Really catch it.
Yeah, that's definitely what I'm doing there. Yes. Thanks for explaining my strategy, announcer. I wish I'd thought of that myself.
You're through the halfway point.
Is Netflix working on like any more adaptations as of late? Right, like any new ones? There's probably like other video games they wanna reach out to, right?
Last lap, so hold the lead through to...
This car really does not take turns that well. At least turns at high speeds, right? If I slowed down, I'm fine, but after a certain point, it's like, oh no! I start swerving. No idea, to be honest. Quit Netflix a long time ago after it got too expensive to justify paying. That's understandable. And it's fine either way. Probably wouldn't have touched on this series anyway. Even my cinephile friend would more be into just like regular movies and stuff these days, right? It's either like something with a fantastical premise or just like a more quirky, down-to-life kind of story, right? One of those two. Feels like there isn't too much in the way in between, right? Either we're watching like a disaster movie with tornadoes, or it's like a movie about a person who decides to become employed at a sushi restaurant or something like that, right? Gets a bit much with all the box sets, yeah. I imagine. Especially since you only have like so much time, right? Like trying to commit to a long-running series, especially if it's been running for like a lot of seasons. It might be a bit much, right? There's like several weekends that you might have to set aside, and you could be spending those weekends doing something else, like watching another series, or playing video games, or watching people stream video games, or streaming themselves watching a series, or. Alright, we're off to Time Attack. We got a car for this one. Back in the good old Koenigsegg. Boy, can you imagine someone wanting to say get into the office, right? Just imagine someone wanting to get into the office, like that's like around 8 seasons, right? That's 8 seasons worth of episodes to go through. Certainly not something you get done within a weekend. Yeah, can you imagine how long you'd be sat there if you did an entire run of 35 series of The Simpsons, right? I'll imagine some people would recommend, yeah, you don't have to watch all 35, right? You probably do 7 or 8.
How are you feeling about this one?
Pretty good, Alex.
Okay, sorry. We are about to get started.
But yeah, right? Like, after a certain point, it's like binging an entire series. You gotta really kind of put your whole heart into it, you know? Know that you'll be in it for the long haul if you really, really want to get into something. Like, could you imagine wanting to start the One Piece anime? Isn't that like up to 1,000 episodes now? Even if some people have like just put out guides for, okay, so these are the episodes you want to watch, and the rest you can skip. Still probably like a not insignificant number of episodes you have to watch to get caught up in the whole thing. And even if you just wanted to like read the manga, you still have to hunker down and be in it for a long run, you know? Oh yeah. Oh. Just like, imagine someone going through Futurama that might be one where people might try to encourage others to watch more of those episodes. Especially the early ones. Likes of Family Guy is up to 23. Woo! I like to think like 23 isn't all that much, but even if you imagine like a series per year, that still puts it around 2002, and that's still quite a while ago. Man. Yeah, Family Guy. I feel like with what Family Guy has went through, it's probably earned like a special kind of immunity now, right? The only thing that could like truly stop Family Guys is like, you know, comes out like Seth MacFarlane is actually a really sinister person or something like that. And even then, they probably just like bring in a new writer or something to write for the series, right? South Park is up to 26. Although that's the kind of series I can see going on for a long, long time. Especially with their whole deal of just like riffing on current events. Right? That gives them like a special form of freshness that will help them last, right? Although on those kinds of series, I didn't hear that King of the Hill is getting like a revival series going. That one's pretty interesting because they're actually, you know, just like doing a time skip kind of deal for the new season, right? So, was it the kid's now an adult, right? The guys moved out briefly, but they've moved back in and are now kind of dealing with current events and stuff. So, it'll be interesting to see how that goes. Like, I remember when they were showing off the new intro, right? And it was, like, pretty cool how they did it in the same style as the original, but instead of just, like, you know, skipping through a day or a week or something like that, they actually skipped through just, like, all the years that have happened in between the old season and the upcoming season, right? Wild to think about. The series have dropped drastically to like 5 episodes per. Oh, South Park did? I guess. That makes sense. The kind of thing where it's like you feel obligated to keep making stuff, right? And your contract is like you gotta have like a minimum of this much, so. Maybe it's a case like that. I really liked OG King of the Hill. I have to admit, I'd not watched the original King of the Hill, but I know some friends who watched it and used to quote it a lot. And I know people seem pretty positive on it too, so I mean, there's a reason why they're bringing it back, right? Hopefully that show still has still has legs. Hopefully they've still got what it takes even after being off the air for so long.
Sepang is cloaked with stars and the beautiful moon above. But the real action's going on. Okay, hold on, sorry.
Memorable characters.
Like things are about to get underway.
I know when I was talking to someone else about it, someone did describe it as like, yeah, this is like middle-aged man slice of life, right? It's just like a slice of life series, but you're following like middle-aged man in, you know, the most American town you can think of. The birth of That's My Purse, I Don't Know You. I've seen a few meme templates that had like King of the Hill scenes as a basis. The one I remember especially that had what the kid just like holding a paper up to the window, and then the guy stops the kid and is like, yo, if the kids could read that, they'd be very upset.
Coming through now, adrenaline surging back. Everything keeping time.
Speaking of streaming services, I think I was reading at some point somewhere. It's like HBO Max is changing its name. Changed its name a few times, right? If I remember correctly, it was like HBO, then HBO Max, and then they called themselves Max, and then now they're gonna just call themselves HBO once again. It's like almost as if there's one part of that name that has a lot of recognition around it. The other part, not so much. Just find that funny. Right? They try to reinvent themselves and end up going back to their old ways. Insert Thanos meme here. You could not live with your own failure. And where did that lead you? Back to me. Pick a lane, people. I know, right? Stick with something. I feel like after a certain point, the name might be just like the surface of the whole iceberg, you know? Probably like a greater problem within that they're not really addressing. On a similar note, Warner Brothers Discovery. I've read that they were splitting up. Like, they merged together, like, who knows how long ago. I guess that didn't work out, so they're like, okay, I guess we'll go our separate ways again. Always felt like an odd combo, to be honest, right, when you think about it. Warner Brothers being more about, like, slapstick comedy kind of stuff, and Discovery was usually, ostensibly, more serious. Was just an oddball thing. Still remember when Comedy Central was Paramount Channel? Oh my god, I didn't even realize that's what it was before. Wow. I always knew it as Comedy Central. I guess after a certain point you become known for a particular thing and you want to break off from you know, what you spawned from to kind of lose that baggage and become your own thing. Man, Comedy Central really did become its own thing, didn't it? I don't know. Everyone remembers Spike TV was called Turner Broadcasting Station. That might have been a turn for the more unfortunate, depending on who you ask. WB is so iconic for Looney Tunes and Tiny Toons, right? Yeah, their cartoon roster. And these days they also have DC and Adventure Time. I think Cartoon Network, I believe, right? Right, Warner Brothers. Cartoon Network is like a Warner Brothers thing. Sorry, I'm trying to draw from multiverses here. I'm just like, okay, what was in multiverses, right? Was Samurai Jack was in there, and Dexter's Lab, and Looney Tunes, of course, and DC, and Adventure Time. Oh, Steven Universe, right? Steven Universe. I guess that was like under the Cartoon Network umbrella. I think about it, Adventure Time was also under the Cartoon Network umbrella.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided.
DC might
Kristen,
also be under
tell me
that
what's
too,
gonna
considering
happen.
like a number of DC animated shows were on Cartoon Network.
All right, he's running wide of the track boundaries. That's gonna cost him.
You missed Spike Channel here, had some great old shows. There were a few good ones, but I feel like in the States, a lot of them were just like your typical testosterone fuel manly man shows, which did not appeal to me all that much. Like back even when the video game awards were hosted there, it was just way too bro-y for me. Just it's not a fan. Bravo for more adult shows. Never did check out Bravo all that much, even when I had access to cable TV. And of course, yeah, Cartoon Network had their side channel Boomerang with all the old Hanna-Barbera shows and stuff. I remember Boomerang. That is still a thing, right? They still have at least Boomerang, even if Cartoon Network is like not that much of a thing anymore. You know, it's crazy to think about. Like, some of those old shows are like 60 to 70 years old now. It's wild to think about, right? They were already old when we were kids, and they're just even older now. They could probably be put into a museum at this point. Right? You hope that, like, someone's digitized the files and has them in, just safely stored in an archive somewhere. Hopefully one that won't fail, because it would be unfortunate if it did. Yup, still going. Oh, that's good to hear. Gone are the days of cartoons. Oh man, I still remember their little riff too, right? The da 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 da. Cartoon. Yeah, the days of Dexter's Lab and Cow and Chicken and Johnny Bravo. The big three back in the day, right? At the very least, I still remember Dexter's Lab with a degree of fondness. Never did get into Cow and Chicken and Johnny Bravo, but I know those also have its fans, and I recognized that they were also great cartoons, yeah. Ed, and Eddie, yeah. That and Courage the Cowardly Dog and Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends and Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. I think American Dragon Jake Long was also a Cartoon Network thing, was it? Or was that WB? I can't remember. Oh, and Samurai Jack, right? Who could forget Samurai Jack, right? Guy arrived in multiverses for crying out loud. I'm still bummed about multiverses. At the very least, they let people who downloaded it have an offline version of it. And there are people making fan continuations, so at least we'll have that, right? Even if WB Games just like cut off support for that game and then went and old yellered the company, at the very least they'll have a dedicated fan base that will hopefully make multiverses into the game it was always meant to be. Ah, man. I still think that if multiverses just came out as like a $60 product and they just like came out with character passes every year, it probably would have done better. Some goddamn reason someone wanted it to be a live service game, and it was just too much of a weight around its neck, sadly. Oh god, Powerpuff Girls! Fuck, how could I miss them? How could I forget those? You're right. Yeah, Powerpuff Girls were great also. You do miss Toonami? That was like a lot of people's introduction to the anime, right? That was where we first saw our Dragon Ball Z's, our Yu Yu Hakushos, our Gundam Wings. Was Sailor Moon on Toonami as well, or was that like another channel? I don't remember. Cult Tunes? No, haven't heard of that. Was that a Cartoon Network thing, or is that like another channel's block? Was your introduction to Tenchi Muyo in Universe? Oh, I remember that. It was like the show that kind of introduced people to the harem genre. Sailor Moon was on Fox Kids / Jetix here, along with Monster Rancher. Oh yeah, Monster Rancher. Fox also had Digimon and Metabots. I think they had Shaman King as well. Or had like a good number of Shonen Jump adaptations, right? Somehow Dragon Ball Z ended up on Toonami, but Fox had like had Shaman King and One Piece and probably others as well. Hypercar night challenges. Certainly the best time to drive a hypercar at night. Because, you know, in the silence of the night, what better time to just let that engine roar? Let the world know that you own a hypercar. Dragon Ball Z was on standard Cartoon Network here, usually at 5 p.m. Oh yeah. Toonami block was like the after-school block, right? You come home from school, you go sit down in front of the TV and watch all the cool anime of people beating each other up and robots beating each other up, and of hamsters doing adorable things too sometimes.
Sorry, race control are about to get this underway.
Wow, what a start. Driver's already back on position.
Sonic X, oh yeah. That's the series that gave us Gotta Go Fast. And the third season. That just like went in a crazy original direction, right? It's like the first 2 seasons of Sonic X were generally like loose adaptations of the video games. And then season 3 was like, okay, what if we just like turn this into Evangelion? Right, you just like reverse isekai Chris, and then you introduce like a intergalactic war between 2 space species, and you add in a bunch of tragedy
Great
for
first lap,
Tails.
you're leading the race.
Sonic's had a number of animated series since then, but I don't think he's had like another anime, right? Like, has there been another Sonic anime specifically? So I know there's like Sonic Boom and Sonic Prime, but I believe there's her like 3D series animated by studios outside of Japan.
Alright, listen, you've just gone past the halfway stage of the race.
Not that you know of. It's weird to think about, right? Like, you think... But then again, I know Sonic the Hedgehog tends to be more popular overseas than it is in Japan, so... I guess Sonic X is kind of an anomaly in that regard, that it was probably a miracle that it was created at all. Boom is just an abomination. I heard the animated series was alright. It's like, sure, it's not like the highest budget affair, but they had some pretty good writing. Although if you are looking for like a more action-packed Sonic, maybe Sonic Boom isn't your thing then. Because I know the Boom animated series went for like a more comedic route. Right, it was like more Saturday... it was more like the Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog and less Saturday morning Sonic. Right. I think I have like a DVD of the complete series sitting somewhere in my stash. Knuckles got turned into some dumb muscle guy. I guess that would be a not that much of a great thing if they kind of just distill a character to the worst elements of him. Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog you loved? Ah. I remember watching that back in the day. I think it was like running concurrently with the Serious Sonic Saturday AM cartoon as well, right? They were just like rerunning both of those for some reason, and just I remember Kid Me just getting them mixed up. It's like, oh, why? Why is this episode so funny and why is this other one so serious? Didn't realize they were two separate series.
Buenos dias, Havana. It is race time. Kristen, let us... All right, we'll get back to that shortly because it's time to get started.
It's time to race.
Listen, just stay out of their way.
Okay, we're gonna try that again. OMG, they made Robotnik so sinister in the SAT-AM version. They did. Like a legitimate threat.
I think you may have upset them.
This is not good.
I really need to get back up to pace now.
And there's a collision.
Missed a chance to say it's time to race. It's time to let it rip. Anyone remember Beyblade? My brother used to be into Beyblade. It was like a very, very brief
Good
moment.
start. Hold the lead.
Like, got the real life tops and everything. Right? They had like the little plastic arena they would launch the tops into. I think we even got like the PlayStation video game for him. He didn't play it all that much. Probably understandably so.
Yeah, it looks like they took some damage.
Another Jetix show. Really?
Okay, you're halfway through the race.
Jetix was like one of those programming blocks that I didn't pay that much attention to. I think it was mostly because I kind of stopped watching TV regularly by that point, but it seems like they had some interesting shows on there. I remember at the time thinking, it's no Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, when it comes to, like, you know, spinning tops in card games, I guess the sort of design space for making tops, like, really exciting might be a bit more limited than a card game. Well, if I remember correctly, there's like a series that was about shooting marbles too, right? So like about shooting little marbles that transformed into monsters or something like that.
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
It's kind of funny to think about. It's like, oh wow. So what other hobby will they turn into like just like a cool shonen series or something, right? We got marbles, we got tops, we got card games. What if they did like the jacks, right? The bouncy ball and the jacks. What if they turned that into some sort of mod series or like a serious business kind of series? Would that have some legs? Or heck, what if they did Pogs? You think a Pogs series might have something to it? Maybe it did, but I feel like that could only work if they did it as a parody of, like, your usual, turn a kid's game into serious business kind of series, right? I feel like that's the best way to make a Pog series work. Yeah, they're all trying to be the next Pokemon, right? They want to be the occupy the kids' headspace like Pokemon did way back in the day. I'm trying to think of something else, right? What other, like, crazy 90s, early aughts hobby would be likely to turn into some sort of serious business series? Like, I don't know, laser tag, maybe? I think there's like enough of a crossover between like laser tag and like tactical that they could probably just make something really dumb out of it. Or they like did like foam gun specifically, right? Just like do a whole Nerf series. If that doesn't already exist. Just a series about like Nerf shootouts or something. Furbies? Oh man. Furbies would actually be pretty good for like a parody shoujo series, I'd imagine, right? Just like have the kids just obsess over how adorable Furbies are or something.
I think you have to be careful now. You might have pushed them
the
too far.
Furbies, they're actually like, they're alive creatures. They're there to protect the world from the evil Dark Lord that wants to take it over and rob children of their happiness or something like that, right?
Okay, apart from the inside, takes a risk, but it pays off.
Yeah, the Pound Puppies got their own show, right? Care Bears, they also got their own show. If I remember correctly, Polly Pocket, did they also have an animated series? Or at the very least, they had, like, movies? Yup. It's always funny to think about these days when something gets an animated adaptation, you're just like, man, they'll make anything into an animated adaptation these days, but I feel like that practice has been alive and well since, like, even the before times. This is that, you know, like, back then, unless the series was, like, really, really good, it was eventually forgotten about, right? Something rose-tinted glasses, and all that. The Monster High dolls got a show. Yeah, and Bratz. Like, I know I wasn't the target audience for Bratz, but I always felt like those were... I feel like even... I heard, like, some girls and women remark on Bratz was just some that were... Did you hear about, like, the big trinket that's been taking the world by storm right now? I forget what it's called right now. I think the name starts with a P. I think it got just, like, super popular all of a sudden because I think it was, like, some famous Korean celebrities were seen, like, having those charms on the bag. And now everyone wants them. And it's just, like, causing them to sell out, like, super duper quick and prices to just, like, go way up on the secondary market.
This is real masterclass of control.
This is crazy, just, like, seeing people on Twitter just suddenly talk about how they're into it now, right? And other people just going, why are you all into it?
Listen up. Hold the lead.
I think I might be going too fast here. Should probably slow down. Make a lot more. Like, probably sooner as well. Leading by bad example. Start here.
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
Oh, I will. Try my best, that is. I must be getting, like, too old for this stuff, because, yeah, I do remember looking at those trendy charms now and thinking, I don't know. I'm still not into them, right? Might be a personal thing, right? Maybe it's just not for me. That's fine. This goes to show how materialistic folk are these days. Yeah, it is crazy, just like how much worth something can be perceived to have, right? Because like the right people have them. I can only imagine what's going to happen if, like, once those things fall out of favor, right? And some people just build, like, a whole stash of those charms, and suddenly they're, like, not popular anymore. It was really funny. I think the talk about those charms did also like cause a little bit of a reignition of like talks about Funko Pop figures. Y'all remember Funko Pop figures? That was another thing I really never got into, mostly because I did not really care for the appearance of most of the Funko Pop figures. Like, I own a few, but it's only because I got them through like Loot Crate subscriptions or like Christmas presents, right? I might have bought a few, but they were never like the standard mold figures that like 99.9% of those Funko Pop figures were made out of. It is funny because apparently, like the people who brought the Funko Pops back up were like, oh man, you just imagine someone out there probably like filled their whole basement with them, thinking, oh yeah, this is gonna be my investment right here, and now they're like, you know, not worth as much as one would hope for them to be. It's like, yeah, well, what were you expecting? You know, what were you expecting? How it is with my peeps, the whole furry fandom is pretty much pay to play with how expensive suits are, and stuff like you get better thought of with a full suit. Oh, yeah. The whole quality is kind of, you know, people just like imply a degree of skill from quality, right?
Kristen, a pleasure as always.
A Beanie Baby situation all over again. Yeah. People were drawing comparisons to that too, right? Yeah, I remember when Beanie Babies were the craze. Right? The flash in the pan craze, and people were giving advice about, oh yeah, like, you know, here's how you remove the tags from the Beanie Baby so that you preserve its value. And well, look where we are now. Right? All this time later. I mean, sure, Beanie Babies do sell for more now, but, you know, you're not gonna become filthy rich if you save them up way back in the day.
Oh, they won't be happy with that.
I was reading stuff about, like, you know, when they introduced, like, the teeny Beanie Babies in the McDonald's Happy Meals, and how that just, like, caused various crises everywhere, right? Like, people buying up tons of Beanie Babies and then just tossing out the meals because, you know, they weren't there for the food. And it's like, okay, I get it. It's McDonald's, but still, what the heck?
Make some games in Lab 2. Maybe stay out of their park. Don't get taken out.
Boy, these guys are a bit trickier. It's okay, I still got 2 laps. They're a nemesis for a reason. I just gotta not let them get ahead of me. Excuse me, coming through. Alright, got one more. Oh. It's my race partner.
Good pace. Keep it going through lap 3.
Coming through. Thanks for holding the front, but now I'm gonna take my place. Yeah, me with the wall. Like an OG Lino action figure from Thundercats goes for like $1,000 if it's still in the box. And that's the thing, isn't it, right? Like, the things that will, like, greatly jump in value aren't going to be the special editions that have been mass-produced and have just been labeled special edition by the company. It's gonna be the things that are, like, actually scarce, right? The ones that you are unlikely to get your hands on, and in pristine condition to boot, right? Those are going to be the things that will fetch a high price in the market.
Found the entry point right there.
It's like in Magic the Gathering, right? Like the actual valuable cards are going to be the ones that are, well, they're going to be highly sought after, but they're also going to be like very pristine condition and very, very rare. Like what? Like the one ring card from the Lord of the Rings set, right? Like the card that's like only one of it was printed, and because it was like an actual Elvish script and everything, right? That's the kind of stuff that's gonna fetch a lot of money. Although in that case, that's like an artificial scarcity, but, you know. The idea, that's the general idea of it, right? Yeah, like the whole gold Nintendo cartridge thing, right? It's kind of funny, right? I wonder, I imagine like most people who had that probably didn't have like, you know, a second thought about it. They're like, ah, yeah, this looks cool, but certainly they weren't thinking, oh man, I'm gonna make sure that this doesn't get, you know, severely scratched up or anything so that it will fetch me like $1 bajillion in 20 years or whatever. I gotta admit, that's like a slight pet peeve of mine, right? The ones who kind of prevent other people from doing fun things because, OMG, you'll hurt the collector's value of the thing. And I'm like, bro, are you actually gonna like consider selling this on the secondary market? Like, you know, 20 years later when your kid stops being interested in, you know, the cards, toys, whatever, you're gonna put this up on eBay or something.
Okay, hold on, sorry. It looks
Like,
things are about to get underway.
who cares, right? Probably not gonna do it. Like let the kid have their fun, you know? Like sure, it's a foil card, but who cares? You know, as long as they aren't like doing anything severe to it, let them play with it. You know, if you really need to, you know, teach them how to use sleeves or something, but let the kids have their fun.
Come on, I think you've hit them one too many times.
Yeah, people turn into comic book guy. Yeah, some people might get a bit too obsessed with the idea of like a collector's value, right? Like, unless you're really, really aiming to actually sell the cards or whatever. And don't worry about it too much. And like even then, I feel like, you know, that's kind of a fool's errand in of itself. Like the way the market goes, right? It's usually like maybe like a handful of cards that actually turn out anything close to a decent price, right? Everything else just sells for peanuts. It's like another thing collectors are kind of ruining, right? Because, yeah, those kinds of folks, they're only after the cards that are worth a damn, and they just toss out everything else. Right? It's like all the other cards that the kids probably would have had fun playing with. They just like, oh yeah, that's all in the garbage. And like, the fuck? God damn it. It's a game, for goodness sake. Let the kids have fun with the game.
Good start. Hold the lead.
Although on that note, I did read about a kind of funny story. This is a different field, but it concerns like Lego ideas, right? They have like a website where they'll like put up a bunch of sets, and they can have like people, you know, maybe indicate that they're interested in putting an order for it, and if like hits a certain number, then they'll manufacture it, and then everyone can, you know, spend money. But like normally the number would be limited to around like 30,000 or something like that, but I think I was reading like recently there was like one set that was super popular that reservations got like filled up like almost instantly, right? But then Lego did something unexpected, and they added like another 10,000 slots, right? And when those filled up super quickly, they went and added another 10,000 slots. And that drew the ire of like a certain crowd, right? The collectors crowd that were all like, how could you add more slots? How could you make this set less exclusive? Why are you taking down the value of this set? And of course you got like people on the other side going, yeah, well, that's what you get for trying to turn this into an investment and not like the toy it's meant to be, right? An object of prestige and not like a fat sack of cash. Like, come on. That's like the fun of Lego sets, right? Just like opening the box and putting all the pieces together
Through
and
the halfway point.
having the completed model. Like no point in just like keeping it in the box, right? Although for those folks it's like, yeah, there's every point in putting it in the box, but back when you had to use your imagination with all those bricks. They do still have that to some extent, right? Like the Lego does sell like you know, the general boxes with like, oh yeah, here's a, you know, a bunch of bricks in various colors, and you know, that's what we're giving you, right? Go nuts. Or they'll have like those sets that you can build like 3 things out of them, right? They'll mainly show like one thing on the box, but they'll have instructions for like building 2 other things out of it. Usually like completely different things, so I feel like to some degree they're still trying to encourage like a bit of creative building with their sets, right? It's just that they have like a lot more licensed stuff now, right? And those have kind of overtaken the creative part of it, right? And of course, that's obviously not stopping you from making something original out of the established sets, right? It's like, yeah, you don't have to make a creeper farm with the creeper set. You could make something else entirely. It would probably be just as cool, right?
Listen up. Hold the lead. Last lap.
You know what I do want, though? It's like maybe a bit more variety back into the Lego games. Because it feels like a good number of them tend to follow that sort of Lego Star Wars, the formula that was established by Lego Star Wars, right? Yeah, like going through levels and you have to bring in a party of characters with specific abilities to navigate your way through it. There's a lot of games with that sort of format, right? From all sorts of licenses. And hey, they're great, but you know, sometimes you crave something different, right? Granted, you do see some games that do manage to branch out in some way or another, right? You got your Lego Brick Tales, you got your Lego 2K Drives, you got like Lego Brawl, you got Lego Party coming out soon. And then there's also that co-op Lego game too that's coming out that looks fascinating, but yeah, for the most part, it's like that sort of that format that Lego Star Wars popularized. Nice to see they did something good with Forza Lego. Oh yeah, Speed Champs. I did play through that already, but I think once I debut, I'll probably play through that again. Just because we did play through base Forza Horizon 4 on Steam, and, well, leave no stone unturned and all that, right? Besides, imagine these days there will be more eyes on someone playing Forza Speed Champs. Especially since, like, Forza Horizon 4 is delisted now. That's going to be the best way to experience a Forza Horizon 4. Here we go. Track Day Specials Europe is done. I wonder if these other folks will ever hit, like, bronze levels. Or am I the only one who's gonna have that sort of bronze square behind my number? Would have been fun if they did a Lego Aisha's Taxis. I kind of wish they had like more Lego vehicles for Lego Speed Champs. They only had like around 5, right? Like a little wild to think about, right? A game that had an expansion that has like Lego in the title, and I mean, sure, you had like Lego Valley, and you had like the wackiness that comes with Lego in the post-Lego movie world, but
okay, it looks like the race is about to start.
There wasn't like too much in the way of like actual drivable Lego vehicles, and they were all like Legoized versions of the real world vehicles too, right? Admittedly, probably wasn't that much in the way of like iconic Lego vehicles, but on the other hand, it would have been pretty fun to ride, like, say, a Lego Octane car, right? Like a little Lego police car, or heck, give us like a Lego fire truck or something. That might have been fun. Or I think about it, like one of those Lego Indy cars, right? You remember Lego Indy cars? Like the ones they had at in Lego Island. That might have been fun, right? Lego Wreckfest needs to be a thing. I can't believe I never thought of that before, but yeah, you're right. Holy cow. I think I guess we had like 2K Drive, but that was like more of a racing game. But yeah, Demolition Derby, but Lego would be a really good fit. Because, hey, Legos break apart, right? The fact that I could like customize your own demolition vehicle probably would draw in a crowd, I imagine. That makes me bummed that Lego 2K Drive never got much support beyond that ice zone. I guess it didn't do as well as 2K wanted it to. Probably didn't help that the season passes were like stupidly grindy. Or that it had like season passes at all. Just see bricks flying all over. That's what we came for, right? I'm just remembering like the Lego games though, way back in the day. Like remember, of course there's Lego Island, but you also remember like Lego Creator, like Lego Chess, and Lego Racers, Lego Rock Raiders. They did some pretty crazy things with the Lego setting way back when. I wonder what it would take to get Lego Creator to run on modern platforms. Might be one of those things where you would like need a virtual machine or something to actually get it to run properly. You ever have Lego Technic? My older brother did, actually. Yeah, like several sets. I remember when he let me have a few of those, and I was just like marveling at the new stuff I got to play with, right? Like the Lego pieces that had like the holes in them, and you could like stick the little joints, and you could stick another piece to it, and then you have like a proper spinny thing. That for kid me, that was like mind blowing. Or like those little cross beams, right? You use those to be able to connect things together in unique ways, right? Give them like sort of angles and shapes that you could only dream of with the regular Lego bricks. That and Meccano. I've not heard of Meccano. Is that a Lego thing? Wow. Ever play with like what was it? There was that automated Lego thing, right? The little programmable brain that you could like connect pieces to and try to make a robot out of it, right? I remember reading about that in magazines. I was like, yeah, it's like, you know, kids' first programming, right? I think they like made a whole robotics league out of it. I always found that fascinating. Think Lego, but it's all metal. Oh! Okay. Sounds pretty wild, actually. Sounds pretty metal, even. Aha! Aha!
And we're heading into the final round now.
I'm gonna look that up now. That sounds fascinating.
Kristen, sorry, race control are about to get this underway.
What can I do on
have to span your joints and stuff. Oh, pretty involved stuff, it sounds like. Ah, okay, I'm gonna try that turn again. Slightly related though. Did you ever have Connects? Remember that? It was like the plastic counterpart to... I want to say counterpart to Lego, but it really wasn't. It was its own thing, right? It's more of like a connecting rods and little plastic frames together, and you could do things like make Ferris wheels that looked and operated convincingly like Ferris wheels. That's pretty cool. Pieces of metal and cogs with holes in for joints. You get a screwdriver and a spanner. Oh. I could see that being like a pipeline for someone to really get into mechanics. Does sound pretty rad though. Something that encourages you to use other tools to kind of really help piece them together. Oh, snap. Sorry, Nick. I really had to get through past that car. Hey, Nick, why don't you try pushing? Oh, right, it's a time attack. You don't really need to push. You just need to drive faster than everyone else. Used to have a hobby shop in town that sold all that kind of stuff, and model airplanes, etc. Good old small town specialty shops. They can still exist, but they're not as common as they used to be, right? One thing's for sure, if you find a good one, you gotta hang on to it, never let go. That would have gotten me dinged for being off track. Keep it before it's turned into another town center charity shop or coffee place. Yeah, yeah, another corporate storefront. Before like Walmart buys it up or something. You know, I remember going through a big city once and just being really surprised there was a Target. They just had like a Target kind of squeezed in between stores there, right? It was like your regular downtown shop, but it was Target, right? And you go inside, it was like very much compact Target. It was weird. Really? That was off track? Well, yeah, it was. Man, this really doesn't give you much leeway for being off track, do they? I imagine it really does depend on like how much time you stand to save. That's how much they'll penalize you. Always hit up the toy aisle in Target. I I always check out the board game section there. Right, board and card games. They tend to have some interesting things sometimes, right? Like, occasionally I'll see, like, oh yeah, this game's 50% off, and, I don't know, it looks kind of interesting. Alright, I'll pick it up. It feels like Target edition versions of board games tend to be fairly common as well. I feel like I see a lot of, like, Target versions of board games in their stores, and it's just like, huh. I didn't think Target had that much of a bargaining chip in that crowd, but I suppose it works out. Imagine it probably blows for anyone who's like a real enthusiast about that series, and now they gotta be like, I guess I gotta pick up the Target version of this game so I can have all the exclusive stuff from it, and then I can have the real complete version of the board game. Because I think Spirit Island was like that, right? It was like a special Spirit Island version of, or a special Target version of Spirit Island that comes with like different pieces and spirits to play with. It's like either that, it's like a remixed version of the typical game. Seems like they're channeling Card Shop Simulator. Sometimes it do feel like that. At least the Targets I go to, they do have like quite a few shelves dedicated to board games. Most of it's on the back shelves, but you do see like some of it on the aisle shelves as well, right? But yeah, Card Shop Simulator, they just throwing every sort of tabletop game related product into a shelf somewhere, right? And seeing if people will pick it up. Although I guess unlike Card Shop Simulator, Target really doesn't do the... Oh wait, no, they do, right? They do the whole, yes, we've packaged like 100 cards into this box and tried to label it as like a value box, but it's really just like all the cheap, common stuff that no one else really wants. Another race down. Oh, that was 2 of 2. Cool. Alright, was that like the first or second event on the second row? I'm just like, I'm just going through it, right? Alright, is this race done? Alright, cool. Is the event done? Alright, we're going to the next one. Oh, more than half. Okay, so we've just embarked on the second row now. Lost count how many versions of Monopoly they've made. Ha. Especially ironic for Monopoly, because that was like supposed to be an anti-capitalist game, but now it's been marketed to hell and back. It's like every version of Monopoly you can think of, and every licensed version of Monopoly you can think of, and all the variants of Monopoly, and all the board game, or all the video games of Monopoly. And it's probably like, you know, spin-offs and all that stuff too. Alright, now we're going to Asia. I like how they have 3 track day specials for each region. Europe, America, and Asia. They're still missing a bunch of regions, but that's like the ones that the race games usually focus on, right? When do we get a race track that's like in Africa or something, or say like Eastern Europe.
All right, Suzuka. Not long now until
Or
the
Australia,
main event gets
right?
underway. That's right.
They do have some
World
Australian
Series is
circuits,
here.
but
And I've just been told the race is seconds away from lights out.
he got rid of the car in the English version and added a T-Rex. So yeah, the token updates. I'm sure the justification was that the car was like too old-fashioned
Stay out
now.
of their way. Let
Right.
things cool
Just
down.
change it to a T-Rex because that's what the kids like. Isn't there like a special version of Monopoly that comes with like 50 tokens or something like that, right? Like they made it specifically so that they have like all the tokens. I say that's what some people are into, right?
Okay,
With
don't be
the
surprised
little
if they're gunning
cuter
for you now.
figurines. You think so? Yeah. Ow. On the note of Monopoly, did you ever play like the Monopoly, any of the Monopoly gamers? You remember that like sub-series they had, right? They did like Mario Kart, Sonic the Hedgehog, regular Mario, and I believe Overwatch. Interesting take on Monopoly. Like the big thing with Monopoly was that the games always went for a really long time, and obviously that was like by design. But you know,
Great first lap, you're leading the race.
there were certain versions of Monopoly where they tried to change it up in some way or another, right? So that the games actually ended at a reasonable hour. Sometimes it will be like, yeah, you take like a specific number of laps around the board, or like the goal is to reach a score target instead of like being the last one standing, or something like that, right? Lord knows why they chose an iron as a piece. I mean, you could say the same about the thimble, right? Remember the thimble? Amusingly enough, I think I always tried to pick the iron or the thimble, right? Or the car. I picked the car. But if I couldn't get the car, I would usually get the iron or the thimble. I don't know. Something about them appealed to me, I guess. Never played that. You have played the Steam version of Monopoly. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think like the video game versions of Monopoly are just like base Monopoly, but I don't know. Part of me wants to see like them make a video game version of one of their Monopoly variants, right? Like give us a video game version of the Monopoly Gamer, you know?
3 laps to go.
Like, give us like a Monopoly Gamer collection of Mario Kart, Sonic, and Overwatch, and put it on the Nintendo Switch or something. Although, given like how the Monopoly video game itself runs, maybe it's better they don't do that. And that old boot. Oh yeah, I forgot about the boot. Those were all the original pieces, right? It was like the iron, the thimble, the car, the boot, and the dog, and was there another one? There were like 6 or 8 tokens, right? And those were like the original ones. What were the other ones? I want to say like a battleship. Was a battleship one of them? I vaguely recall a battleship or something like that. Or maybe it was like a cruise liner, you know? Maybe it wasn't necessarily a battleship. I think Kid Me just called it a battleship because I remember the Battleship board game itself. Iron Battleship car, boot dog, top hat. Right. Top hat. I forgot about the top hat. And the cannon. Oh my god. Yeah, the cannon. So Why do I remember
You've got 2
Thimble?
laps.
It was like one of the replacements they did, wasn't it? It's like, oh yeah, we can't have a cannon in there. Alright, put in a thimble. And they have a cat now, too. Of course they would, right? You put in dog, I guess you had to put in cat. You have, like, a bird as well. And you have, like, dog, cat, bird. It's kind of like your basic pet trifecta right there. I guess the thing about bird is that, depending on how you design it, it might not be like the kind of thing that would lie flat on the board very well. Right, I'm like imagining it being in the style like the Lego parrot, right? Right, where the tail feathers are just like way below the base or something, so you couldn't really put the Lego parrot on the ground. You had to perch it on like a brick somewhere. Don't remember a bird? Okay. That's probably just in my head then. There's probably a website out there that keeps track of all the Monopoly tokens that have appeared over the years. Probably like in all the special editions too, right? Always gotta appreciate the super dedicated sites like those, right? Ones that are dedicated to like a very specific subject or a very specific piece of work that you might not have heard of otherwise, but this one person has, and they want to make sure that it gets preserved on the internet until the hosting service decides to take it offline. Or they decide to take it offline. Needs to be a fox piece, needs to be a lot of animal pieces. But yeah, I imagine a fox piece would be very appealing. What kind of fox would it be, right? Would it be like a fox that's like standing up, right? Sort of like the way the dog is, or would the fox be like a little, trotting pose, perhaps? Or would it be like a sleepy fox? Would it be like curled up and sleeping? Could see a case being made for all of them.
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen,
Maybe, or in that ready to pounce pose. Oh yeah, that would work too.
The race is seconds away from lights out.
That'd be pretty amusing. Maybe if they do like a special nature conservatory edition of Monopoly, which would be deeply ironic for a variety of reasons, but that would probably be the place to put in like a bunch of animal pieces, right? You could have like fox, raccoon, rabbit, maybe deer, beaver, squirrel. I guess you would have to put a bird in there, right? Although it could just be bird, right? It's like anything that resembles enough of a bird, and that's your bird rep. Bird up.
start.
already is
Hold
right.
the lead.
Right, damn, that was quick. Have you seen those companies that will take your uploaded pic and make a big jigsaw out of it for you? Property novelty gift idea? Yeah, I have actually. I think I have some relatives who have actually used something similar and given some of my other relatives a gift like that. Yeah, you know, it's amusing, right? Nice touch. A little bit of fun, right? Have a little bit of fun with some memories that way. I do like that, right?
4 laps to go.
I think there are like several digital jigsaw games that will do something like that. Or you can take a picture and you just like convert it into like a virtual jigsaw puzzle that you can spend time assembling together. Yeah, to be really evil, a snowfield picture. Yeah, something with like a real lack of color and detail and distinctive shapes, right? Difficulty expert.
Alright, listen, you just gone past the halfway stage of the race.
What other pictures would work like that? Like a beach, maybe? Just like a picture of a patch of sand, right? Without any other discerning features for it. That might be a bit of a challenge to piece together. Or maybe like a vat of chocolate, right? Like, sure, you might be able to get the pieces around the edge, but the center part with the chocolate might take a bit more effort to piece together. Not on purpose, just a happy accident. That's right, Bob Ross it up. Star-filled sky, yeah, that's another one. Maybe just like a whole pile of Skittles, perhaps? I mean, sure, you got like, you know, distinctive colors, but depending on like how you shoot the picture, they could be like so small and numerous that it can be hard to pick out what connects together, right?
Last lap, so hold the lead through to the end now.
Ah, that's okay. That's why the barrier was there. Magic eye picture pattern. Oh yeah. Yeah. Something abstract would also be a good challenge. Like if it's not of something that is recognizable to the human eye. I imagine there's some puzzles that are deliberately designed like that, right? The ones that are like the expert level puzzles that are there to kind of stop people from being able to do like pattern recognition and stuff. There we go. Track Day Specials has been conquered. You bet an MC Esker painting would be a challenge? Yeah. At the very least, you couldn't rely on perspective anymore, right? Because you don't know which way's up. Oh, we're off to Historic GT. 3 rounds. Let's see, a level 97. Level 95. 93. Yeah, I'm pretty sure these numbers haven't moved for like quite a while. Even though I'm like approaching bronze 25. If they did scale, they would have scaled into bronze at this point, I would think.
It's the opening race, and I guess we will see it.
All right, we'll get back to that shortly because it's
I guess we will see them start the race.
They go.
I just realized, didn't those signs say Frutua? Oh. I was like, oh wait. Yeah, that fits their logo too, right? Because it kind of looked like an apple. Fruit. I bought like a whole bushel of strawberries yesterday. I should probably start eating them. I really like
Great
strawberries.
first lap. You're leading the race.
Especially good around the summer, because, you know, they are fresh and juicy, and that's probably like the kind of taste you need around these hot summer months, I imagine. What's your favorite like fresh fruit to eat? Yummy? Oh yeah. I like to do that with my grocery runs. I just like pick up at least some form of fresh fruit to consume. I'll try to mix it up too, right? Sometimes I'll get grapes, sometimes I'll get cherries, sometimes I'll get strawberries, sometimes I'll get blueberries. Sometimes it'll be a mix. Get them in a bowl with some ice cream. Oh my god. It's ice cream. You are so right. Why did I not think of this before? That is perfect. Coincidentally, I also have ice cream. I should do that. Maybe I'll have that for dessert tonight. Just cut up some strawberries and add it to my ice cream and enjoy like a little bit of a sundae. Yeah. Oh man. Now I'm gonna get bananas too. Next time I go out to the grocery store, I'm gonna get bananas as well. I can have myself a proper ice cream sundae. Ooh, maybe I should get some syrup. See if I can get like chocolate or strawberry syrup, because those tend to be my favorites. Maybe I could go for like a fruit topping as well. Pineapple go well with all that? Only one way to find out, I guess. Lychees and oriental pears. Ooh, I love lychee. They're great. Fun way to eat them too, right? It's like they're not that hard to open. They're also easy to kind of get off the seed and then just like consume them that way.
Please stop. Hold the
It's
lead.
tasty.
Last lap.
They work really well as a drink too, right? You can make yourself a pretty decent lychee drink. Can easily go through a shed load while watching TV. That holds true for most foods, right? Just like set yourself a bowl of whatever, and you will just go through them, right? Just how it be, right? I think someone kind of went through the psychology of that. It's kind of interesting. They're messy, but they're so worth it because nothing else tastes like them. Isn't that the truth? Gone through 4 bags of them the other night. Whoa. Before I knew what happened. Well, as long as you enjoyed it, right? As long as you didn't have any other plans for them, it's all fine. You can always buy more. Well, hopefully. I wonder if the Asian store near me has lychee. They probably do, right? Lychee tends to be like one of the things you think about when you think of like Asian fruit, right?
Kristen, tell me about this Silverstone circuit. What have our drivers got in store today?
Yeah, Alex.
It's more racing. That's what they got in store. It's been like that, right? It's like that meme where it's like, wait, it's all racing? Always has been. Also, if you throw the seeds on a fire, they have a massive bang of an explosion. Huh. I did not know that. I imagine my parents had a very vested interest in making sure I never actually knew that.
Looks like they put them there.
I was so shocked to see them back in the supermarket the other day. It's been over a year since they had them, and oh, man, lucky. I don't think my supermarket does too much in the way of like fresh international produce. Like they do have like the aisle that has the world products, but you know, it's the stuff that you would expect, right? It's like they got the ramen, they got the Pocky, they got yeah, they got the soy sauce, they got the
Good start.
right.
Hold the lead.
They got things like that, right?
Absolutely ripping up the track, going so fast.
Yeah, I feel like if you want like proper, fresh, international produce in the States, you usually have to go to a specialty shop for one of those. Like your standard run-of-the-mill grocery stores probably won't be carrying them.
Oh, really clean driving there, Alex. Beautiful
I just realized these laps are 2 minutes. Might explain why there's only 3 of them. That way they can still be over kind of sort of quickly. As quick as 6 minutes can be, anyway. The extra long stuff is going to be at the end. We got a pretty good division here. Ramen is on offer this week. Ooh. Stock up while you can.
Final lap. Keep that lead intact.
Ramen tends to be pretty cheap around here already. Like, you can usually get like a cup or a pack for about $1. If you want, say, a bulk pack of like, 24 or 48, it's still very, very affordable. But still, like 20-30% off. It's nothing to sneeze at, right? Yeah, 65 pence each is a good deal. It is, yeah. Absolutely, I agree with you there. Comes in handy when you don't want to cook. I know that feel. Certainly had feelings like that, where, it's like a long day or a tiring day, or it's just like, yeah, right. Pour some water into the electric kettle and just make your instant noodles that way. I get that feel. What kind of ramen types do you usually like to go for? Most of the time I'm like beef, chicken, shrimp. Very occasionally I'll go for something more unique. Not often though. Mostly because the stores I go to usually don't stock anything other than beef, chicken, shrimp, but also, if I'm going for like a simple meal, I don't want anything too complicated, right? I had to admit, I was like half tempted to try out those like super special edition cup noodles flavors, right? Like the breakfast ones and the stuff like that, but even for me, I felt like that was like maybe a step too far. I don't know. I bet it was fine once. Chicken, beef, or sesame? Yeah, there you go. Do you also like to do like the instant yakisoba style ones where you have like the sauce packet and the flat tray of noodles that you pour the water into?
And we're heading into the final round now, where it'll all be decided. Kristen,
I think those are fine on occasion, right? It's not something I'd eat regularly, but along with the cup noodles and the ramen packs, it's good for like the quick instant noodle type of meal.
It goes to come for that one. Very nearly a disaster.
Not had those before? Yeah. I wouldn't say like go out of your way to find them, but it might be worth checking out if you're into that kind of thing. I remember in college, like, just having all sorts of other types of microwavable meals as well. They would come in like a tray, and they would usually be like, you know, some sort of meat and potatoes or maybe vegetables, but you would be able to just like, you know, stick them in the microwave, let them cook for like 3 or 4 minutes, and then you have yourself a meal. You know, not the healthiest meal, but it'll at least bring you the full for a bit. That was my jam in college.
Great first lap. You're leading the race.
That and like ramen and pizza rolls and pizza bagels and Hot Pockets. It carried me through my college days. Like a Hungry Man dinner? Yeah, kind of like that, except this wasn't necessarily like a frozen meal. It was something you obviously needed to keep refrigerated, but you didn't need to like de-thaw it or anything. And now I'm what? I'm rewinding, that's what. Pies are good in the microwave, 3 minutes and done. Oh yeah, I also had like a bunch of pies, right? They were like, they were like chicken pot pies and beef pot pies. At the very least, you could microwave them, right? I think back in college, I actually did microwave them, but once I got access to an oven, I elected to put them in there instead. They just tasted better if they were in an oven, you know?
Last lap.
Like, sure,
so
microwave
hold the
might
lead
get them
through
cooked
to the end
quickly,
now.
but there was always just like something that was very off about the crust, you know? Like in the oven, you got yourself a nice, proper baked crust and everything, and it was like just a lot better off for it.
Beautiful exit off that corner. That's really gonna get the
But yeah, chicken pot pies, those were also like a occasional college meal for me. It's like just perfect for those nights where you just want like a warm meal that had at least like some form of vegetables and meat in it. Used to be so many ready meals when you were first living on your own.
very good.
All microwavable stuff like spaghetti bolognese and liver and onions with gravy. They sound pretty decent, to be honest. Yeah, I imagine there was like a lot of the either like quick ready or at the very least will take under an hour to be ready kind of stuff. Alright, we did it. We got the showdown, but we're not gonna go there just yet. I think I'll do one more. We'll do this endurance race here. 6 laps around the Sydney Motorsport Park. Right, I was just talking about how... Let's talk about tracks from Australia earlier, and here's a track from Australia. Or a track in Australia. I think that's how you would word that.
Kristen, tell me something about the Sydney Motorsport Park. What have our drivers got in store for them exclusively here at the Grid World Series event?
Well,
And I've just been told the race is seconds
Well.
away from lights out.
Well, I've just been told the race is ready to start. Sorry.
There you go, racing towards the first corner.
Or hit up the chip shop for a Chinese or burger if I didn't want to bother.
What a performance.
You know, I did live near a bunch of restaurants, but I rarely, if ever, went to them. I think the only time I actually went to one was when there was a friend visiting in the area, right? And they wanted to check out the local places. They're like, oh yeah, let's check out a local place. How about this one? Luckily, it turned out to be all right. I remember like these super late night days I would still be on campus, right? And they're like, I want some food. But the only place open is the food court, right? And of course it would only be like select restaurants still open, but you'd be thankful they were still open, right? You could like grab a hot dog from them and at least have something, right? Even if it's not the best thing in the world, at least that hot dog is sustenance. Will be the most important thing in your life for the next few hours. Hot dog is better than nothing. I agree with that. Sure, a lot of people might make fun of the hot dog, you know. It's like, oh yeah, it's just like a bunch of remainder meat parts just all smashed together into a tube. But you know what? It is still meat. It's still got bread to go with it usually. And it tastes pretty good when you put some processed tomatoes on it. That and like maybe onions and perhaps some processed mustard seeds. Yeah, if you really want, you could put up like some processed egg product on there, along with like some dairy, right? Some processed dairy product too. Right, you can make yourself a decent meal with that hot dog. Is all I'm saying. Screw it, we're doing it live. We're doing it live. Looks like they caught all the way up, but it's fine. It's fine. Explains why so many of these food places are near nightclubs here, because you get the munchies after a night of drinking and dancing. Isn't that the truth? If there's a late night scene, it probably will benefit to have a night shift, right? So you gotta make sure you get like the staff with the proper mental headspace and fortitude for the kind of clientele that will be walking in at that hour.
now just look at how they're using the whole tractor space to move
Come out and it's like, I need chicken and fries. I imagine there are a number of inner city places like that, right? Especially like the ones that have like a train service that stops running after a certain hour, right? just like inevitably end up getting stuck until morning. So either you need to hang out at some place overnight, or just need to grab a room overnight. One way or another, you're gonna have to find out how to survive till daybreak.
Two laps left.
Or stop at midnight till 6 a.m. Yeah. I feel like a number of public transit services do that. Like, they do go into early morning. It's not like that far into early morning. That's why keeping track of time is important sometimes. Or at the very least, having a place to crash if you absolutely need to. I do remember the one time I saw there was like a big event happening in the city, but I was living like a little outside of it at the time, so I was like asking around my friends and siblings to see if like any of them were available for a space. Couldn't find anything though, so I was like, oh well. Unfortunately, the event was like running so late that I didn't really want to
hold the lead.
You know, be out for too long, right? Better than sleeping in the train station like we have done many a time in the city. Ooh. Right, that's like the absolute last resort plan. Just find yourself somewhere and try to get as comfortable as you can. It's like that song, Who Are You? It's like, I was in the Soho something, a policeman knew my name. He said, you can get up and walk away. Oh, wait. Or if you can go home tonight if you can get up and walk away. That's what the lyrics were. Yeah. Or I think it was like, you can sleep at home tonight if you can get up and walk away. I think that's like what the lyrics were. Oh, right, I remember the whole thing. I was like, I woke up in the Soho subway. A policeman called my name. He said, you can go home and sleep tonight if you can get up and walk away. It was something like that. Anytime someone says something like, who are you? I always like to say something like that in response, right? I don't know. Something about like a sentence that I recognize from a song that makes me want to just like break out into lyrics. I guess it's like an easy follow-up, right? Song reference, like most people will probably pick that up. Or if you do get the last train or bus, etc., always the rowdy drunkards. Yeah. Always the people who have the most potential to act up. And you're just like hoping, oh my god, just please keep it under control. I want to get home tonight. I want to be able to sleep at bed. I want to have a clear mind, right? All that. I want to be in one piece. It's a harrowing ride until the very, very end. But we're almost there, aren't we? Right? We got the 3 big events. We got Track Day Showdown, and we got Track Day Hypercar. And then that'll be everything. We'll have seen everything in Grid 2019. Crazy to think. The end is almost here. Man. What a long, crazy journey it's been, but it's been an enjoyable one. I've said it plenty of times already, but Grid 2019's foundations, like, super solid, right? I wouldn't be continuing to play this game if I didn't enjoy driving the cars around the tracks, but I do. I'm kind of glad too, right? Plenty of opportunity to just like see a lot of tracks, a lot of cars, a lot of banter between the announcers, and just being able to yap about various topics for all these hours. I imagine it's been fun. Time to start thinking of the replacement. Oh, yeah, okay. I got like 2 weeks to think of that. Well, I kind of have an idea of what to do like immediately after Grid 2019, but after that, yeah, I'm gonna have to think of something. And it's gonna have to be like a specific set of criteria, but yeah, I got a little bit of time. I can mull over that. But yeah, that has been a session of Grid 2019. We're through most of it, and next week we'll definitely see the end, right? Definitely finally get through all of this. We'll defeat Raven West one more time. I hope you'll look forward to that. But for now, I'll go ahead and call things here. Yeah. Thanks to everyone who came by and hung around and chatted. And even if you just lurked, I appreciate each and every one of you. I'll be back on Friday, where I'll continue Clair Obscure Expedition 33. Where we just got started with the main adventure, and oh shit, everything just went topsy-turvy, but hey. Gustav and Lune, right? We gotta press on with them. Hopefully we can recover more of what remains of the expedition and kick the Paintress's butt, right? Hope you'll look forward to that. Have a good night! Yeah, you have yourself a good night too, Molecular Shadow Fox. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a wonderful next day as well. Alright. Let's look for someone to raid, shall we? As soon as I start up this YouTube video of the menu music on loop. There, go have yourself some chill tunes while I find someone to raid. Oh, maybe I'll like get another cup of water. I think I really ought to be drinking more water, especially with summer rolling around. Just gonna need that hydration, right? On a slightly random note, I do eventually want to play Need for Speed Underground. Well, 2 at least. Maybe I could play like Need for Speed Underground 1 as well. But we could start with that. Why not? Just like do more of the games, right? For the hashtag content. I'll probably win some folks over. Man, I think I see like several folks here that that I might want to raid into, but as always, I can only pick the one. Man, always the thing. It's like, what if they don't? What if they're not streaming next time I go to raid, right? If this happens to be the only moment I see them. I guess you just gotta pick one regardless, right? About to raid someone, but I think I raided them already not too long ago. I'll give it a bit, and then I'll raid them again. I'm seeing a handful of people play Peak as well. It's like a cooperative climbing game, right? The kind of game where you're like in first person. You gotta like, you see your hands and you can use them to climb up surfaces and stuff. You gotta find your way up without, falling back down. From what I've read, apparently like the summits you scale changes every day, so I guess that's your incentive for coming back. Right? You might find a new challenge to overcome. I guess given like if the devs update it often enough, it might be able to have a bit of a tail end. Could work out. I swear I'll find someone. I just need to kind of mull it over in my head for a little bit before I lock in. Okay. I think I have decided. Let's see if they have raids open. Alright, Stellar Blade came out on PC not too long ago, didn't it? So I see folks, an uptick of folks playing it again. Alright, looks like they have raids open. Raid message tonight will be probably same as always. Or... okay, you know what? I'll keep looking for, like, a little bit. Playing race game. Maybe I should find someone who's, like, also playing race game. Just in a racing scene, there hasn't been, like, that much of a splash, though. Is there? Well, we can bop around. Maybe there's something. Okay. Not there. Not there either. Where's Forza Horizon 6? Make sure you use Forza Horizon 6. Alright. Alright. Well, in that case, message is Grid Raid. And the fella we're going to raid into tonight is Saint Polaris. They are playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. Yeah, the remake of Final Fantasy VII, now more action-packed, and well, the remake is like maybe a bit of a misnomer, more like of a reimagining. And well, I mean, the game's pretty cool. If you know, you know, and if you don't, well, probably in for a fun time. Although it looks like they just started a game, so let's go over there and give Saint Polaris our support. Right? If you're joining on the raid, give them Grid Raid, and if not, have a good rest of your week, and I'll see you on Friday for the second installment of Claire Obscure Expedition 33. Take care. It's crazy to think about, right? So close to the end. Pretty soon we'll be out of new events to do. Really wish this game had more legs. It feels like it could have been something special, you know? Alright, see ya.